Hello, Danger Noodles. It is I, the great Dr. Bright, here alone, and did not get hit by a bunch of objects.
Alone?
I am ready and most likely will die immediately.
Yeah.
Urinary tract infection.
That means I'm gonna have to choose this character. Okay.
Play 2 matches. That's probably the best one I'm only gonna get revenge challenges.
Well, like, you only have to hit people with damage. Well, also, to be fair, I'm pretty good at, like, knowing where to, like... You're probably also, if you have... Let me see what you have. Oh, no, you don't... Oh, no.
Yeah.
You don't have the one where you can, like, gain... Actually, well, for outliving people. Okay, so let's go with. I'm gonna go with her, and then I'm gonna go. What's a good? There's a.
Oh, Chew. Hey, Chew.
Hey, Chew. How are ya? Wait,
Oh, Chew in the chat.
Hey, Chew. Chowo. Oh yeah, by the way, we hit our limit for our Discord sounds.
Oh, Brett, you have to you have to play your own orientation map or something.
I have to do that?
I don't know what the fuck that is. I don't know what the fuck that is.
I did do that! It's making me do it again!
I don't know what it is.
God damn it, Apex!
I think we're gonna go through the match, so. I think the orientation match is like we go into an actual match.
Okay.
I think. I don't know. Because you can't really like.
So are you saying you have new sound alerts or new redeems?
New sound alerts for bits, sums, raids, follows, that sort of stuff.
Oh, okay.
Yep, that's also a new thing. Yep, I added Taco Bell.
Oh, is that in Discord?
Yes.
Yeah.
There's a
Oh,
couple
you added a
other.
leaving Discord sound. That's been there. Error?
Wait, why can I not? Okay, there we go. They won't let me click my character for a moment.
And now you can choose.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, you have to wait until somebody else chooses. You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go with her.
Oh, we got a random person on our team.
Yeah, that happens. I think after this we should be able to
Oh,
wait.
they have pride in
Wait,
their
there's
symbol. I trust them now. Wait.
Oh, so we're okay. So this is an orientation match. So that means pretty much everyone is gonna be a newbie. Oh no.
There's the only non-newbie.
Oh no.
There is a room of newbies.
Right, so
Where are we
this
going?
is apparently going to be babysitting simulator now.
Yep.
Where are we going?
Okay, so let's go. There's a good spot over there. But so I typically go over there. But I think I'm gonna go over here this time.
Oh. Never mind. I didn't get to deploy anything.
By the way, right?
Oh gods, you're behind.
Sitcom laugh that's normally just called a laugh track.
Okay, so there's another group. They're gonna probably land around right there. Now, group is gonna land around here. So.
Oh god.
I'll just.
I have
go
my
over here and
punching
grab some
power.
stuff. Yeah, that's not useful. That's only useful like in the beginning of the game. Like, or if you're like really close up to somebody, which most people won't allow you to be. Okay. Oh yeah, and there's a scope here. There's this.
Is this a
And then
battle
there's-
royale game?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a battle royale. Yeah.
Oh, I got a gun now. Okay, here we go.
Hey, good. Grab that shield battery. You're gonna need it.
Oh god. I actually fired.
And grab that because you're. So. Yeah, that's good. I'll grab this because my gun has like. My gun's an interesting thing where it's like the one I have now. It's where it's like it can actually Ooh.
Ooh. I can't. Oh, I already have this equipped.
I would grab the wingman. Wingman's good.
I did.
Well, it can be good. Actually, wait. The sniper. Do you want to be a sniper or do you want to have that? Also,
I'm not-
Bray, if you want to. Do you want to be a sniper or do you want to? Okay.
I'm not
So
good
give me
at
your
Oh.
Give me your like what is it called?
How the
Your
fuck do I do?
energy.
Oh shit. What the hell did I just do?
Oh, you just scanned the area, so. So if you, so right, you would have to like. Oh my gosh, I don't know how to. I don't know what you set your thing up to. So if you can pause. Actually, yeah, go to like a. There's like a pause. No, okay. Oh fuck.
Protect me then. I'm just sitting here.
Really?
How
Are
am I
you
alive?
fucking idiot?
I'm just sitting here.
Because you didn't get hit. Hello. And because some idiot put up a barrier.
Cycle weapon, enable grenade.
You know, I got you up. So,
Oh,
yeah, the cycle
inventory.
weapon thing is, yeah, inventory. Yeah, that's where you
Okay.
want to look for. Okay, I got some heat shields. Those will be useful.
There you go, I dropped it. I dropped the wingman.
Okay. Wait, you dropped the wingman? No, keep the wingman.
Oh, I'm confused.
Wait, yeah, keep the wingman. And then, so, yeah, that's like a pistol. So drop the energy ammo. Do you see that?
Oh.
Yeah, that. You don't need it, and it. Thank you. Wait, thank you.
This is perfect. Thank you.
Okay,
I
so
like how I just sat there and didn't get hurt and just
these
survived.
are, this is something you need. That's something that's gonna be useful for you. I would grab the evac tower. We're gonna need it soon. And here, grab this.
Evo shield here. Level 2.
Let's leave. We don't want to get caught by in
Oh,
that
Jesus Christ.
thing. Yeah, it starts taking away your health. I don't know. I can't get over there.
I'm just following someone else.
Yeah, that's our party teammate. Okay, so let's go.
Recharging shields.
Shield.
Oh, hi, Darna.
Oh yeah, I don't need this. I need more. Okay, I'm
Darna.
gonna need more shields. I'm fine. Okay, I'm gonna need more shields.
Wee.
Oh yeah, you can slide down. Sliding down is fun. Okay, and it gets you places a whole lot faster. Okay, gonna grab that.
Hey.
Grab that. Okay.
Is Hatchet speaking right now?
Oh yeah, here's some more ammo if you need it. I can't hear him.
Hmm?
Oh
Jesus!
Oh, your
I'm
mic was like,
I'm dead.
Oh, it's doing that
Picking
stupid
up stuff.
shit.
huh? You're not down. You're not dead, Bright. Stop. You have the ability to just. Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm guessing that's what the Z thing is.
Yeah. So the Z thing is your So it's like your special ability thing.
Still closing in.
Yeah, it's good. We're safe.
Oh, we're safe right now? Oh, it stopped.
Yeah, we're safe for right now. Right, go heal by that. Yeah, there you go.
I am somehow alive.
Yeah, well,
I'm
I
gonna
do
leave
think I'm gonna
some.
hop off.
Light
Okay.
ammo here.
Okay, see
I'm
ya.
gonna leave some
Feeling
ammo
social.
if so. Okay, see ya, Hatch. Have a good.
Have a good night, y'all.
Yeah, have a good night. I'm gonna go check that. That'll be useful. In a sec. I'll make sure no one. Price!
What?
Why did you shoot?
I don't know. Why am I seeing a bird thing? White raven.
For a peek into the future, check
Oh
your
yeah,
map.
that'll show you where enemy team is.
Oh, okay. I'm not going over there.
That'll show you where an enemy team is.
Marking our surroundings.
Right? Nobody's here.
I know.
You scanned the wrong area. so there was people here.
Another
Oh wait, there's a hostile thing over there.
Yeah, I said that somebody was there.
Oh Jesus! I got thrown backwards when I went to go over
Let's
here.
regroup here and take a cleansing breath.
Okay.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
So there's another one. I'll just grab that so I can. Actually, no, that's fine. I'll just take mine.
Oh, hi there.
Oh, nice.
The ring is
Thank you.
close.
Recharging shields. Light ammo
There's
here.
that.
Energy ammo here. 30 seconds and the ring is close.
Health drawn if you need
Uh,
it.
We're safe here. Currently.
Shield battery here.
Yeah, this will be useful. Sniper.
10 seconds. The ring's just ahead.
Okay, you grabbed all 4? Good. Oh, you grabbed 2. I grabbed 2. Good.
Yeah. Let's go to do this. Let's go murder some people, even though I'm probably gonna die.
You want a future to read? Get moving.
Yeah, we have a good setup with our team actually. I have the ability to give us a little bit of a
Care package on high.
Oh, there's only 7 squads left. Wow.
yeah they go by fast. There were 20 at the beginning. Do you see that green thing on your area? That's gonna be the next. That's gonna be the next area we have to go to.
That's a respawn thing.
No, well,
No
not
one's dead.
that part. Yeah. Ooh, that's good. Okay, now I have a 3 times scope. That's good.
I hear death in the distance.
Camera point.
Oh, there are 5 squads
no.
left.
Replicator on high.
Oh,
Don't
what
go
the
to
fuck
it.
is that thing?
Oh, that thing? Oh, that's it's like what is it called?
It's a
Like a motorcycle rally
dinosaur.
thing. Oh, that thing? Oh, you meant that thing, not the motorcycle rally thing. Oh yeah, that's a fucking awesome. It's an alien creature because we're in outer space.
Oh Jesus! Oh god!
Oh fuck. Okay,
Taking a moment to heal.
I'm gonna go
I
up.
healed myself to avoid death.
Watch out. The enemy's on me.
1 minute remains. The ring is close.
So let's start with that.
What the fuck?
Oh yeah, that's my special ability. Fucking creating a wall that messes with people's vision if they go through it. Okay.
30 seconds and the ring's close.
We won't win this.
Health drawn if you need
Oh wait, where are they coming from?
Over here.
Oh,
Oh wait! Oh, we killed someone!
Good job.
Yeah!
I'll help them with this person. Oh, that was really bad.
Oh wait, that's you.
Yeah.
I was shooting
The other
you!
one is not me. Right, the other person is not me.
Dropped an enemy.
It's another person.
Oh Jesus. Oh.
Oh yeah, that's kill thing. It also like completely restores your shield.
God damn. Oh, he died. They died from the circle. I can't go back.
They're
God.
way too close. They're way too far out
I'm gonna die.
now for us to like help them.
Oh, I'm dead. Oh
Okay,
wait.
just get inside the thing, and I'll be able to help you. Okay?
Stop that. You're too young to disappear.
I was luckily close to the ring.
Okay, so use your health thing. Yeah, the 4. And also you can like you can hold it to like to
Oh, whoops.
you should be able to hold it to like change which actually wait, I'm thinking about the wrong thing. Yeah.
Taking a moment to heal.
Oh, you're way in front of
Use some
me.
shields. Get some shields.
We're close to the ring.
We have time. Get some shields.
Need help.
Shield's already full.
Oh, they are? Okay. Good. Here. I'll toss you some more. 1 sec.
The ring's close. 45 seconds. That's a stroll.
Wait, here's another one.
Syringe here.
We're somehow surviving a lot longer than I thought we would.
Because I am literally...
The ring is close, but we only have 30 seconds left.
Yeah, you can pick that up. Actually, oh yeah, you already have one, right? Yeah, that one's really good. I would probably use it next time if you're able to. We're really close to the ring, so that's good.
Almost there. We are close to the ring.
I'm just gonna set up shop here. Okay.
We just let them kill each other, basically.
Two other squads left.
There's
Freeze 'em.
there's 2 squads left. We're gonna have to like. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here. Follow me.
I'm coming.
We're gonna set up shop over here, and then because I'm pretty sure the next ring is gonna be somewhere around here.
Oh, Jesus!
What?
Did you not get shot?
Nope.
I'm getting shot.
Because I was on the other side of the thing. 1 sec. I'm gonna see if I can find where they are.
Beginning ring countdown.
Oh, there they are.
Opening fire.
We have the benefits.
Found them. I know where they are. They're gonna try and come over here. About 3 seconds, I'm gonna pop my grenade. So I can make sure.
2 squads left, so I'm guessing that's us and someone else.
That's us and the squad that's right in front of us.
I'm taking fire.
Oh, God.
Getting shot.
Okay, I hurt someone.
Good. This is why you need a sniper.
They're focusing on me.
Okay.
Reload.
Where are they?
My shields need a bit more power.
They're up there.
Through the Monday.
Oh, use your sonar. Use your sonar.
Sonar?
Marking our surroundings.
Thank you.
Oh, Jesus.
Recharging shield. They're focusing on me.
Oh, fuck.
Reloading.
They're coming. Oh, God, I'm gonna be down.
Okay.
I'm dead.
Good job.
Oh, we won?
No, we lost, but
Oh.
good job. We were
Hey.
2 against 3, so
Yeah.
there were 3 of them left.
We have our Apex champion.
Wait. Yeah, there were 3 of them left.
I at least managed to kill someone. That's... My only achievement. 1 kill, 1 knocks.
Yeah, well, knockdown is like, yeah, so that means you got 1 kill, and the person you knocked down,
I don't
you
think Bryce Ring
was
chat. Yeah,
killed.
I'm seeing that.
If it said like 2 or 3 knocks, that means that the people who you knocked down were revived.
Wait, Bookworm, did the bit things hit me when you did the bits? I don't think so. That's
Oh,
odd.
back. That's good.
There, I'll do that. I don't know why it's not working. Hold on, I'm gonna check something real quick.
Actually, I want to see. There's really? Are you kidding me?
I was gonna turn off
We have to.
checks. Can't read. Oh, what?
Oh wait, it's because. Oh no, I think I know why. It's because you're not like you're not high enough level.
So we have to do that again?
Wait, what? You haven't even like leveled up at all. Wait, what? That's weird. Okay. Wait, Bright.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 1 sec. Let's see. Usually you would like level up at least 1 by base up. This is so weird. Okay.
Oh, here we go.
Wait, what?
Alright, Bookworm. I fixed it. It fucking reset it itself. The fucking tits reset it itself. That's why it didn't work. My bad. Just because of that, you deserve that.
Okay, so
Also, I
I'm
do
gonna
not have
I'm gonna
new
look through-
sound alerts.
Oh, wait,
Wait, I got 0 out of 100. What the hell?
That's weird. I don't know. I guess it didn't count it, which is weird to me. Let me see. Orientation ranges.
Yeah. So yeah, Bookworm, there's no new sound alerts for like bits, raids, and stuff like that. And there's no way you can prove it.
Played them. Oh. Yeah, Bright, do you want to look at the other legends and see if you like any of them?
I kind of looked at them. I kind of like this one the most.
Okay.
Well, I did have fun. Usually I don't have fun in Battle Royales, but this is quite enjoyable. Wait, it says get 10 kills or assists. I killed someone. Doesn't even count it. Where are my knockdowns? What the fuck? Didn't count my shit. Motherfuckers. Anyways, while we're waiting, how's it going?
Okay, so
Bookworm
Bright,
Chew. Oh,
let's.
yeah?
So I'm gonna disconnect the party, and you might try to go to an orientation match?
You want me to do it by myself?
Team up with. Oh, wait, let me see. Regardless of whether the opponents, however, will most likely be beginners or bots. Okay. Finish first. Okay, so we have to finish first once or in the top 5 a number of times. Okay,
Oh, okay.
let's go.
Well, that's gonna be easy.
Oh yeah, no. So the funny thing is, my first time playing this, I like literally went into solos by myself, and I like got second like multiple times because I chose like the places where no one else was going to.
Right.
So like I got second place without even killing anyone.
Kaz has entered the game. We got Kaz.
Oh yeah, that might wait. That person might not be on our team. I don't know. I don't know. If we're like yeah, there's gonna be like so we're gonna be fighting either bots or other players that are beginners like you.
Oh.
Mhm.
Anyways, like I was saying before, how are you, Pika and Bookworm? How's it hanging? Oh, I get to choose first. Fuck yeah.
I think I'm gonna choose her because this is gonna be like really useful. She's gonna be really useful.
Alright.
My character was very useful yesterday.
Don't tell me they also choose Bloodhound.
No, they can't choose Bloodhound. They'll be randomized. I think that might be a bot.
Oh, we got a bot on our
That
team.
might be a bot.
We got Kaz the bot.
That might be a bot. Like, I seriously can't tell which ones are bots and which ones aren't, but like that might be a bot.
Yeah. Also, is stream holding up, Danger Noodles?
Let's touch down here.
Okay, so
Wait, Kaz suggested something.
that's a really bad location. That's a location I don't like going to. I'll go to it anyways.
Oh wait, Kaz is dropping solo. They just dipped.
Yeah, no, they were going to go to it anyways, so we might as well go with but yeah, there's one team over here that we're gonna have to deal with. So, which is strange. I would have expected more teams to come over here. Oh fuck, I'm gonna drop that. Grabbing that.
I already have this
Yeah.
equipped. I'm
Okay,
just
so
picking up
Rampage
ammo
is-
at the moment.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
I'm gonna grab that. Here, right?
We're all
Mhm.
inside
Oh
this
wait,
ring.
I think it's somebody. Okay,
Yeah, what's up?
one sec. I'm gonna sit down. Grab that. So here, I'm gonna toss you this
Ammo.
There. and a gun. Is this a robot or is this? I don't know. Okay. I'm gonna. Here's some more ammo.
Ooh.
Giving him the chimney.
This is my type of gun.
Yeah, that's a shotgun. So you're a shotgun lover.
Attention. First blood.
Okay. So you're
The match
shotgun, so
happens
that
quick.
means
Be ready.
Contact.
Taking fire.
I
how
hit
did they
him.
miss me that much? Wait,
Now
okay.
it's harder.
Like seriously, how did they miss me
You're
that much?
killed. Give my shields a
Okay,
recharge.
so let's see. see if I can grab some more ammo before.
Now we can see him.
Okay, I'm pretty sure that person is a bot. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that one was a bot. I don't know. It might have chosen like similar
Killed someone.
names to like.
Took out a hostile.
Oh yeah, that one. That one's probably a bot
Whole
too.
squad taken out.
I helped kill 2 people.
Grab some more. Okay, so
Just giving
yeah, we got
the
that entire team.
Ooh, I will take that ammo.
I'll take that.
I'll
Care
take
package
that.
touching
I will
down.
take that.
What's this place there?
Actually, right here.
Mhm.
Wait. That scope. Okay. Wait, how the fuck did that not go into my gun? That was so weird. Okay.
Ultimate's off cooldown. Who wants to
Interesting.
see it rain? Barrel stabilizer here. Level
Oh yeah,
2.
there's a shot. There's a
Reduce muzzle rise.
sub right here.
Shotgun bolt here.
That'll be useful for you.
Lead. Firing.
What? Where? Oh, you're way down there.
Give him my shield.
Yeah, there's enemies down here.
Reloading. I broke an enemy shield.
Let's see if I can touch some unawares.
Popping smoke.
Jesus!
One,
Now we can actually see where they
Two.
are.
I just lost all my ammo.
Whole squad.
Ran through all my ammo. I mean,
Reloading.
I helped with one of the kills. Where's Kaz? 'Cause they look like they're about to die.
oh, I got them. I got them. 1
They
sec.
got me. I'm down. On your feet. Lifelines got your back.
Nice. There's a backup here.
Level 2.
Oh, we're being shot.
Safety's off, folks. Enemies. Thanks
Where?
for having my back.
Where?
Oh god, I'm gonna be down.
Smoke out.
Okay, Cass, good job. Leave you there so you can get healed up.
Okay. I'm dead.
Yeah, it's good. I gotcha.
Stay away from this spot.
I believe in a Kaz, so I'm watching right now. Oh, now I'm watching you.
Holy fuck, how the hell did they get that so quickly?
Okay.
Wait, what?
Yeah, it's Kaz.
Lifelines got your back. I'm the kill leader. We got this.
And I'm just watching both of you.
Thanks for having my back.
Evo shield here. Level 5.
Everyone's just gunning for us now.
Yeah, this is probably their team. Fuck.
Oh no.
Oh no, this is a different team. Like, there's 3 of them. Holy fuck. Kaz?
Come on, Kaz.
Wait, why did you grab the hat? Why did you grab the... Oh no. They didn't grab the, like... Oh. Why didn't they grab the, like... It had, like, the perfect... Thing.
We
Oh,
all
there's
just have to
another-
believe in the power of Kaz. And there's another team.
Contact enemy.
There's, like, 3 teams.
Champions out.
Target spotted.
We were dead once we came here.
Oh yeah. Well, okay, so at least we have you once I die. How the fuck? Why hasn't anyone killed me yet?
Because no one wants to.
Getting cocky, they're getting sloppy.
No one's like paying attention to the person who is slowly walking away, crawling away.
Where the fuck is... Oh, Kaz is... We have to believe in the power of Kaz.
Oh jeez, they need to get their shield up quickly. Get the shield up, shield up, shield up, shield up, shield up.
Can they hear you?
Replicator touching down.
No, they can't hear me. They can't
Oh,
hear me.
Kaz is dead.
Unless, yeah, no, they, how they're like, they're moving around pretty well, actually, but we on the top 7. Yeah, I got like 4 kills.
Wait, how did you not say when it says I helped shoot some of the people you were shooting at
Hold tight.
and did damage?
Oh, it's probably because they like healed themselves after they got downed or something, or like before they got down. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Wait, you're still watching them?
Apparently.
You know you can leave, right?
Apparently I got killed by working on dying.
Okay. Wait. Oh yeah, that's season 2. It's ranked. No, that's ranked.
I still got no experience.
Yeah. Probably because I don't know why they don't give you experience for that. It's weird.
I mean, I'm getting better.
So, yeah, you're getting a lot better.
Busta is upset with me. He's giving me the cold eye right now. It's like, how dare you hold that puppy instead of hold me? Oh yeah, I think Adurna's the only one who knows about that in this chat.
Probably.
Yeah. Yeah, if we're going to answer your question, a pupper. There was a dog that was left by abusive people, and they were left in a room of dead dogs. They were like less than 12 weeks old, and I took them in for like 2 weeks to help them get adopted. 'Cause I wish I could take them in, but I don't, not financially stable enough to take them in permanently. As much as I could. But yeah. But it doesn't mean I can't help. I'll lend out a helping hand. 19 abandoned doggo is always good. Yeah. Busta's a bit mad at me for holding them for a long period of time. Oh, it's Adurna. You go first.
So which one do you want me to? Actually, yeah, that'll probably. She'll be good again.
Wait, we don't have a third partner.
Yeah. Sometimes happens. From people going solo to be. I think it might be because I like put it for like invite only, so like we're just gonna be by ourselves now.
Okay.
Introducing your champion.
Also, Bookhorn, don't check your Steam.
Oh, Rian.
I will choose our location for battle.
Scared girl. You are the jump
Right,
master.
you're the jump master.
Oh, wait, where do we go?
Do you want me to be jump master? You can relinquish it if you want.
Oh.
Master.
I'm not
No
going
strain
there.
now.
Where's a good spot? Actually, that spot over there is not too bad.
Really, book?
17, 14, 11, 8.
Oh, what? The ship's about to drop. Stop.
Yeah, I know.
Enough lambing around. We drop
So
it.
there's
Hostile over
them
there.
over there. There's another team going over here.
Hostile over there.
Okay, so let's stay away from them.
We're gonna chop right over here. So you, yeah.
Next ring is not close.
Ooh! Just what I needed.
Shotgun.
Yeah.
Can you hand me the light rounds?
Oh shit. I just dropped all that shit.
Thank you for the light rounds. My
The ring is distant.
my gun like
Trust the winds.
has a lot of ammo that it takes up. Okay. Okay. In a little bit, we're gonna need you to
The ring is far.
use your. I don't.
Ooh, I'll take that.
I'm gonna take this shotgun.
Shotgun bolt here. Level 2. Got some extra supplies.
Let me grab this actually. Alright, come over here. Use your scan.
All father, give me sight.
Oh, now we know where they are. I'm gonna go
Use the map
around
as a guide. The ring is moving.
and attack them.
Fire. Enemy shields broken. It's enough. I'm getting shot at.
What the fuck did they not hit?
Reloading.
You killed Rian, how dare you?
Wait, I did?
Man down.
Another enemy down.
So
Yeah.
we're literally on the team of the champion. Okay,
Your
Oh, that's you.
yeah, that's me.
I wish I shot you again.
Care package on high.
One thing.
Hey, go kill them.
I am taking fire.
Just give my shield a recharge.
3, 2, 1. Okay, I feel like this one was probably a.
Last one in the squad.
I'm the kid. Evo shield here. Level 2.
Breaker kill. Champion destroyed.
I need shotgun ammo.
Shotgun
here.
ammo here.
I'm in there.
Evo shield here.
Oh,
Let's
there's a-
shoot.
There's a shield. Grab the shield.
Evo shield. Oh yeah, that's way better.
Here's a
here.
backpack.
Level 1.
Actually, if you haven't grabbed one yet. Oh fuck, run,
Oh, God.
run. And it's fine, I have like something that will like heal us as soon as we like get out of here. So
I may-
I'm gonna
They
go.
die.
No, you're good. You're good. You just have to get out of there as fast as possible. I'm already out, but I just need to see. Hey, grab this.
Okay. Come on. Okay. Ooh, I made it out.
There's something over here. I'm gonna
Thanks
grab
to the
it.
power of
I'm
sliding,
gonna
I
open
made
this
it
thing
out.
up before. Come on. Come. Come.
I don't think we'll have time.
No, I got it.
Extra
Boom.
supplies over here.
Okay. Wait, I'm gonna drop this. Grab this.
Let's Phoenix
Me?
get
The shield thing.
I got it.
Okay, I grabbed whatever that was.
Okay, let's go.
Oh god, I'm getting hurt badly.
Oh, you're good. I'll set up a thing once we get out of this. Okay. Wish I had one with a lot more maneuverability.
I'm gonna die.
but Start healing yourself. Heal, heal, heal.
Taking a moment to heal. I have
God damn
Don't
it.
worry, I got you.
On your feet. My hands got your back.
And
Catching myself up a bit.
heal, heal. Wait,
Come on, Richard.
stay over here and heal yourself. Come back. We're safe in here. Okay? We're safe in here until the shield runs out.
Oh god.
We're good, we're good.
That is so far away.
No, it's not.
Okay, well.
Okay, follow me. Follow me. Because we're not going to be able to make it in there if we run forward. Heal, heal. Heal yourself.
taking a moment to heal.
Come on!
Ooh. Heal again, heal again. Don't worry, I got you when you get over here. 3, 2,
Oh.
Have this squad's
1.
Pass me that shield.
The scene's upon us. A replicator descends.
Nuke, just giving
I'm
my
gonna-
shields a recharge.
Oh. Wait, how the fuck do we leave?
Follow me. Per se.
Oh. That works.
Simple. Okay, so somebody's been over here. Looks like they ran that way.
They didn't open this for some reason.
I don't know why they didn't open that one here.
Knockdown
Grab this
shield
sheet.
now.
Level 2.
That one's really useful. Oh yeah, what's your second gun?
I don't have a second gun.
Grab one. Yeah,
Okay, I
that's-
got one.
Stop. Grab some ammo.
Light ammo here. Light ammo here.
Oh, wrong ammo. I grabbed the wrong ammo.
Yeah, you can drop it. So you're more set up. I think we're both more set up for like
1 minute.
close
Rings
combat.
nearby.
Yeah.
So we have to like be really close to people. Like, well, like one of my guns is like somewhat far. It's like medium range, So,
45
like,
seconds. Rings close.
somewhat long.
Mhm.
But the other one is like pretty much close. For how I am comfortable with it. Yeah, it's close range. Here's some more ammo.
Light
Ah.
ammo here.
Not far from the ring. Half a minute.
Oh yeah, I'm also
Calling
gonna
in a
drop this
lifeline package.
just so we can have. Oh, grab
Ooh,
that.
that's a better shield.
Evo shield here. Level 3.
Almost there. We're
Grab the
close to
shield.
ring.
Right, grab.
Oh, that, yeah.
Oh yeah, this one. There we go.
I already got a pink shield. I don't need a blue one. Oh, not pink, purple. I don't know why I said pink.
Rings moving.
Oh, well, we're right near the circle. Wait, there's only 4 squads left.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Care
And
package
we're
on high. Favor from the gods.
responsible for getting rid of one of them.
Bless me with sight.
Just curious.
Okay, so there's no one here.
No one here.
Wait, there is.
Death box here.
There are some death boxes.
Light ammo here.
There's a lot of ammo.
Round 3.
Okay, I'm gonna grab that.
Beginning ring countdown.
Yeah, take. Well, actually, yeah, I'll use it for this one. Oh, you grabbed that.
Replicator being delivered.
Replicator on its way down.
Right. What kind of backpack do you have?
I think the standard.
Just grab that.
I have an AVAC tower, but I don't know if that's actually something we need.
Laser sight here.
Grab that.
Level 3.
I'd say it's oh yeah, Bright. Here also. Here's some more health for you. I won't need it. So how my character is, I typically choose for this character to like have less health and health like things, so I can like use more
The ring is close.
Yeah.
I have room for more other stuff.
Bless me with sight.
We still are in the clear.
Well, I
Less than 1 minute.
clear this
The ring
way.
is
We
not
don't know
far.
about that way.
We're doing
Yeah.
great.
Um,
Only 2 enemy squads remain.
And also, we do have to be careful when you do that, because sometimes you can like alert an enemy team that you're
30 seconds.
nearby.
Rings close.
Oh shit.
If
One
yeah, if
squad
they're behind you or
remains.
something.
Fast winner.
Okay, we're good. Let's just sit over here and like wait.
This is now Gary's Mod prop hunt. I'm a truck. With a dump ass.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
We are inside the
Care
ring.
package being
Good
delivered.
faith.
So we have
Care
30
package on
seconds.
high.
Let's see where everything is. So there might be a group coming from this way. Okay.
So you want me to move?
No, you stay where you are. I'm making sure a group doesn't come through here.
We're the last 2 squads left. Oh,
Okay,
Jesus
so it looks like
Christ.
a group didn't come through here. Okay. Right over here. There's something you can get. There's some things you can get over here.
Beginning ring countdown.
Replicator here.
Crafting. 1 moment.
Okay, so I'm gonna grab.
I have 0 credits, so I don't know what I... Oh.
You'll be able to see.
I got a red med kit. Should we move closer to the other circle?
The ring is close. Time graces us.
Yeah, I don't think I need anything else.
Less than 1 minute. The ring is not far. Half a minute. Ring is near.
You're shooting. Get down there.
Combat.
Oh shit, I shot him.
Contact.
How do I jump?
I'm taking fire.
Warning. Ring closing.
How do I jump,
Inside
Dana?
this ring, I've
I don't know how
revealed
you jump. It's
Oh Jesus!
right. Oh yeah, that shield will allow them to like come back. So yeah, they're behind you, behind you.
Fuck! It's too late. I somehow survived.
Ah, got a numpty
Yeah.
here.
We have our Apex champion.
Oh, interesting. A team of two defeat. Okay. Two teams of two were the last ones left. That was funny. Okay.
Alright, I'm back.
Oh,
Oh, so the bit thing worked again? Good. Wow, Chew. I literally had to go take the doggos out. But yeah.
looking at the guides for this, just to make sure. Just to try and figure out how many matches you have to place
Damn it.
in.
Broke the system.
Right, fucking aisles.
While you're doing that, I might as well pull up um creepypasta.com. For what I'm gonna do after Apex when we do our last match. Let's see.
Oh, there's some more there, but okay. Oh, okay,
Yeah, just let me know when you're ready.
yeah, I'm ready. Also, I do want to say that there's tornado went nearby, I guess.
Oh Jesus, Aderna. You gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Yeah. Just let me know if something bad's gonna happen. Like, I don't want
Okay.
you in danger.
Yeah.
Alright. Yeah, I pulled up pretty much 11 9 out of 10 or 10 out of 10 creepypasta stories, so obviously they're gonna be really good. Some of them are popular, like Polybius, Mr. Widemouth.
Hmm.
Do you know what Polybius is?
No.
Or Polybius? It's basically
Oh,
about... Yeah. I think I've said it wrong the first time. I think it's supposed to be Polybius or something like that. It's basically about this arcade machine that just, like, causes people to get really ill and sick. And the government keeps taking it away once it gets found, basically.
Oh.
Yeah, it's one of my favorites. Let's see. Oh, it's Shark Dragon 284. Who do they choose? Oh.
I am Bluff Hunter. You can call
Oh,
me
yeah, that one's...
Bloodhound.
Now we have a pretty good... Yeah, we have a sweet one, and then we have... Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder who's going to be in the lead this time.
Introducing your champion.
What? You mean the champions? Yeah,
No,
I think it's like... Oh.
I meant like dropping.
Who is
Oh,
this?
Jump Master. There we go. It's you.
That's me. I'm not gonna go there. I think let's go here.
Copy that.
I'll show you why I like this.
Get ready.
Funnily enough, I won over here once.
Ah.
All by myself without even having to kill anyone. I won the entire game.
Hmm.
It's because like it was like the perfect spot to like choose because
Let's go that way.
all of the like rings were like around it where I was.
Negative.
Okay, that's how you cancel something. Okay, there we go.
Let's explore this way.
I'm gonna go up there. You can go inside any of those. I'm gonna.
Well, I immediately got... Oh, wait, no, I don't think this is a shotgun.
It's a sniper. Yeah,
Enemies are shooting at me.
it's a sniper. Ooh, this one's good.
Here I go.
Oh, Jesus. Me and Shank are dying.
I am taking fire.
1 second. I got it. 1 second. I'm throwing it. See if I can find them.
Enemy taken down. Taken out more.
They're behind you, right?
They're behind me.
Gotcha.
Last one down. Boom, boom. Reload.
That's why
I
I
actually
did
have a
it.
gun I want, too.
Nice. There's
Level 2.
10 seconds.
back
The
up
ring
here.
is fairly close.
Wait, where's? Oh yeah, that is pretty close.
I can see that the ring's moving on the map.
Alright, I'll come to you.
Optics here. Close range.
Oh wow, even though it's the gun I want, I only have 9 ammo.
Yeah, there's a bag here. Let's grab that.
Ooh, shotgun shells.
Point.
Care package on
I
high.
think that'll be fine.
Favor from the gods.
The sniper and then this. Yeah, that'll be good. Grab some more
Care
ammo.
package over there.
Energy
There's-
ammo here.
Care
Some
package
more
over
ammo
there.
over here. Oh, okay. That's a good care package.
Oh, where
Sure
did our
no one's
teammate
here.
go?
Here I go.
Oh, it might be a robot. I don't know. Doesn't seem like they're.
Who's
Well-
ready to fly on a zip line? I am.
Ooh, I'll take that and that.
Oh, maybe not.
Got some extra supplies.
There's a lot of good stuff here. Wait, I'm gonna drop that actually. I'm gonna grab some ammo for my sniper. Okay,
Recharging shields.
we need one thing we need is a bomb.
I have 2 grenades.
Oh yeah, come over here.
What, throw it at the door?
Cracking open this hole.
No, don't throw it, don't throw it. You can like, yeah. Just be able to put it in.
Barrel
Use it and then
stabilizer here. Level 3.
we'll be able to go inside. Oh wait,
Shank
grab that.
Dagon is already in there.
I think they opened it.
Here.
Oh.
Here's your
Wait, I need
package.
that.
Light ammo
Don't
here.
need that.
Extended light mag here. Level 2.
Jesus.
Extended sniper mag here. Level 4.
Thank you.
Thank me when we win, you hear me?
Let's check out that way.
That
friends.
shield's getting really close to us.
Zip line deployed. Half the squads remain.
I don't know where you're going. You're going towards the shield. Not the barrier. Come on, Adorna. There you are. Can't leave the Adorna behind.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Level 2.
Attention, the champion has been eliminated.
Careful, no kill leader.
I am repairing myself.
Target over there.
Don't leave the pro behind.
Okay.
Round 2, beginning ring countdown.
Yeah.
Attention, delivering replicator.
I'm going to loot here.
Well, they're dead.
Taking fire, friends. More enemies down.
I killed one.
Took an enemy's life.
Well, they had a lot of good stuff. Now my shotgun has a lot of buffs.
Help from here.
Cracked an enemy. I am taking fire, friends. Reload. Wow, looks like that was built using grapple. I'm the new kill leader. Excelsior.
Someone in there?
R301 here.
Oh, wait, I can literally just check to see if there's someone nearby. Oh, that's for a sniper. Good night, Chew.
Recharging
Oh
shields.
shoot, Chew, you're gonna graduate tomorrow? Good luck.
I've got an Evo shield here. It's cool. Level 3.
Listen up, I'm calling a lifeline package in.
Oh, what's that? Oh, I'll take that. Oh, sorry, Adurna. You probably should have had that.
Backpack here. Level 2.
I've got an Evo shield
There's,
here.
do you have a magazine,
Level 3.
Adurna? Do you use, like, magazine stuff? Because there's, like, this over here. That's what I was asking.
Got an extended energy mag right here. Level 3.
Yeah. I'm not using it, though. I use shotgun. I wasn't sure if you were. Oh! Adurna.
Thank you.
Happy to help, friend. Opening fire on ranked and enemy shield.
We're all in. Enemy down.
Reloading.
Reloaded. Reloaded.
I assisted.
Care package on high.
Gonna be by mistake! I can't see. I'm somehow alive.
Recharging my shields.
Round 3. Beginning.
I just wanted to jump in and kill. That was probably not the greatest idea.
Replicator being delivered.
And I'm guessing that Adurna is having mic issues.
Two enemy squads live. We talk of victory and slaughter.
New kill leader. Go on, watch out.
Only one other squad left, friend. Let's win.
Oh, more respawn beacon. I'll take that. Oh, what? There's only 2 squads left. It's just me and us. I mean, it's just me and them. Me and us. It's just a clone version of me just running around.
Less of them.
Oh, Adurna's back.
Yeah, I've been here. Just me.
Might be something good.
Just concentrating.
Zipline deployed.
That's fair.
Also, yeah, parents been doing a few stuff.
Scanning the area.
I wasn't sure, but there's hostiles. Well, at least we know there isn't.
Well, just in that direction.
Ah.
Probably coming from over there.
Come and get your birthday present.
Warning. Ring close.
We're all inside the ring. Good.
Care package being delivered.
Care package on high.
Wait, I can't move.
Let's go this
Oh
way.
god. I'm lagging. I can't move.
Materials here.
Might be something
Jesus
good this way.
Christ. I couldn't move. What happened?
Oh yeah, that happens.
Let's explore this way.
Backpack here. Level 3.
I took that.
Body shield here. Level 4.
Oh shit. Adarni, you want it?
I'll be
You-
more useful over here.
Care package
I
over
mean,
there.
okay.
Shotgun bolt here.
Ooh,
Level 2.
I got it.
Okay.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
We have the benefit. We are
Bye,
inside
bye.
the ring.
The hell is that drone thing? Oh, that's a care
Who's ready
package.
to fly on a zip line? I am. How's
Saturday
the
gonna
movement?
come soon?
Opening
Oh
fire.
Jesus, that answers my question.
Frag out.
Marking our ground.
Broke their shield now. Reload. Enemy down.
There's Adarna.
That tower, friends.
Bookworm, wish me luck on our first ever win. Hopefully.
I'm spotted.
God.
Taking fire.
Target over there. Reloading.
Where are they?
Took out an enemy.
Recharging my shields. Enemy down.
Reloading.
I'm taking fire, friends.
Yes! Woo! Yeah! Victory!
You are the Apex champions.
Wait, Lifeline 1673. What the hell? Our last match of the night, we win. No kills, 3 assists, though. Oh, we did it. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. Whew.
Now you're out of it.
Yeah,
Now you can play regular mode.
awesome. Continue. Fix Bloodhound badge. I still didn't level up. But that's fine. That's gonna be that was the last game of the stream. Oh, Apex is fun. Yep, there it is. That's the correct one.
Especially when you have friends to play with.
Let's decrease this a bit and lift it up a bit. There we go. And now I will start reading horror stories. Yeah. Yeah, we definitely have to do this again, Eternal. Obviously. Oh, whoops. Wait, this image. You can see a part of me floating down there. Thank you. This is what I use for the podcast in the background. That's also why you don't see my VTuber model. So sadly, if you use bits, you won't see them get tossed at me. I'm sorry. Yeah, but Adern, are you actually gonna stick around for the horror stories? Means I can probably turn off the Twitch, turn off tits, since we're not gonna be using it. Might as well just turn off tits. Tits is now turned off, as well as VTube Studio, because I'm not using that either. I said turn off. Exit game. Confirm. Thank you. I can imagine if you could toggle actual tits on and off. Would be neat. Tits on. Double D cups. Tits off. Flat chested. Yeah. Adorn, are you still there? I guess not. Alright. Alright. So, Bookworm. Since you're the only one here at the moment, and I think Adorn is AFK at the moment. And there's no one else in voice chat. You get to choose which story I'll read. It'll be... All these are going to be read tonight, but you get to choose which one. The Strange Glow, Alabaster Angel, Family Roots, Mr. Widemouth, Polybius, Ted the Caver, The Seed Eater, White with Red, Turn It Off, Bedtime, Psychosis, or Robert the Doll. Yeah, actually, I don't know if you are still here. I kind of like to do the same thing we did tonight, tomorrow, if we can. Because I would like to play some Apex again tomorrow, before the horror stream, the story stream.
Okay.
'Cause, yeah, that's fun. That game's actually fun. I was iffy about it at first, but because I played PUBG, Fortnite, and Overwatch and hated it, but I liked Apex. Gotta focus on Seed Eater and forgot what the other ones are. Were, so Seed Eater. Alright. Seed Eater it is. Can we actually open Word for a moment so I don't forget the stories? Like, document. No, not that. Yes, you. That there. Paste. That's actually in order. Alright, you guys ready? God damn it, Bookworm! That's not just my fault. You think that thought immediately. It's not just my fault. Liar. But apparently this is a very short one. Alright. Here we go. Just on to reading the story. A seed eater. I wish he would have stayed home away from this cruel world that we live in. Dear reader, children shouldn't roam this world alone, but we can't keep them in their nest forever. My son left his room one night to the enchanted chirping outside his window, and I knew what this was, but only from my years of studying this creature. You see, there is a monster that wanders around the globe, preying on innocent children, watching, waiting. I remember fondly, it was September 15th, 1983. That was the year my wife and I escaped the busy world of New York to live our lives in the country, North Dakota. We lived happily there for several years until I discovered my one true love, studying the seed eater. The seed eater is a disturbed bird-human creature that roams the forest, stalking children, abducting them to be part of the legend. On June 19th, 1987, I first saw it sitting in my tree on my front lawn. I was in a daze when I saw it. My destiny beckoned to me. It said, follow it, love it, learn it. Around the same time, 2 weeks later, I awoke to a strange tapping noise on my front window. I knew it was him. I ran out of the house to see it sitting in the tree, just staring into my eyes. I was about to cry from the majesty of it. I remember it telling me that I wanted my help. I would do anything for it. On April 3rd, 1988, the seed eater arrived at my window again. I was overjoyed. It said it was time, and I remember. You see, the seed eater devours children to keep itself alive, indulging in their youth to live forever. I remember the little boy. Oh, what was his name? Oh well, it doesn't matter. I remember going to his house and simply knocking on the door at 4:29 a.m., but nobody would answer. I saw the bay window. It was the boy's room. I wanted to tell the seed eater, let's just call him CE for now. He told me how to get his attention the next day. A couple of weeks went by, and the stench of flesh was getting disgusting. Where was SE? The parents of the boy put up lost posters last week. I wonder why they didn't worry for the first 2 weeks. Oh well, I'm not concerned. On May 14th, 1988, the boy was nothing but bloated, rotting flesh, and the SE was nowhere to be found. I guess my services weren't needed. May 15th, 1988, he came. He took the boy and requested another. May 16th, 1988. 6 kids killed, 6 kids devoured, 6 more requested. May 18th, 1988. However, losing people makes me wonder. The killer monster seed eater came tonight. He said kids weren't doing the trick anymore. He wanted something bigger. If you're reading this, you may be the only hope of finding out the truth of this thing. In my room, there is a journal. On page 49, you'll discover how to take the life out of this monster. But he's had me under a tight death grip. I couldn't do it, but maybe you'll have more strength than me. Goodbye, everybody. I hope being eaten is what I brought on to myself. And that's it. That was really short. Yeah. What do you think about the Seed Eater? A bit of a letdown, to be honest. Was expecting a little bit more from the Seed Eater. Yeah, to be fair, yeah. That's fair. Alright. Hopefully the others won't be as bad, even though some are short. Alright. The next one, you get to choose. No, actually, I get to choose. I'll choose, and I'll let someone else choose. Alright, let's see. Which one will I do? Well, this one's short. It's only 4 paragraphs, but it's apparently extremely popular. So I guess I'll read this one. Then someone else can choose what's next. It's called White with Red Eyes. White with... Oh, it's not with red eyes. Sorry. I read the link instead of the actual story name. My bad. White with red. A man went to a hotel and walked up to the front desk to check in. The woman at the desk gave him his key and told him that on the way to his room there was a door with no number that was locked and no one was allowed in there. Especially no one should look inside the room under any circumstances. So he followed the instructions of the woman at the front desk, going straight to his room and going to bed. The next night, his curiosity would not leave him alone about the room with no number on the door. He walked down the hall to the door and tried the handle. Sure enough, it was locked. He bent down and looked through the wide keyhole. But, god damn it, I'm gonna reread that sentence. He bent down and looked through the wide keyhole. Cold air passed through it, chilling his eye. What he saw was a hotel bedroom, like his, and in the corner was a woman whose skin was completely white. She was leaning her head against the wall, facing away from the door. He stared in confusion for a while. He almost knocked on the door out of curiosity, but decided not to. This inclination saved his life. He crept away from the door and walked back to his room. The next day he returned to the door and looked through the wide keyhole. This time, all he saw was redness. He couldn't make anything out besides a distinct red color, unmoving. Perhaps the inhabitants of the room knew he was spying the night before and had blocked the keyhole with something red. At this point, he decided to consult a woman at the front desk for more information. She sighed and said, "Did you look through the keyhole?" The man told her that he had, and she said, "Well, I might as well tell you the story. A long time ago, a man murdered his wife in that room, and her ghost haunts it. But these people were not ordinary. They were white all over, except for their eyes, which were red." And that's it. That's white with red. Yeah, that's it, Bookworm. I wasn't paying full attention. Bookworm! I mean, it was really creepy. Alright, so the guy looked through the keyhole and saw a woman. Then when he went the next day and looked through it again, all he saw was red. I'm gonna reread what the woman said. "Well, I might as well tell you the story. A long time ago, a man murdered his wife in that room, and her ghost haunts it. But these people were not ordinary. They were all they were white all over, except for their eyes, which were red." So that meant on the second day, she was looking straight back. Yeah, that's like a very scary twist, and I like that. Adurna, would you like to choose a story? Oh wait, Adurna's gone. Never mind. They're gone. It's just me and you, Bookworm. Alright. So, I'm going to read the stories again, but I'm going to read it more slowly because I think I read them too fast last time. Alright. Okay, so it is The Strange Glow, Alabaster Angel, Family Roots, Mr. Widemouth, Polybius, Ted the Caver, Turn It Off, Bedtime, Psychosis, and Robert the Doll. Hey, Brett, I'm gonna have to do the tornado. Okay, that's fair, Adurna. Please remain safe. I don't want you getting hurt. Please be safe. Yeah. Also, during no, Bookworm, do you want me to reread the names? Or have you decided? I'm thinking about Family Roots. Okay. Family Roots it is. Which estimated reading time is 23 minutes. So unlike the last one where it's only a few minutes, this one actually has a longer period of time. Alright. Here we go. Family Roots. Grandpa Cobalt hated letting things go. Whether it was the wobbly chair he kept in his study or his favorite warped record he fed to the gramophone, looping the same groove over and over. He was a tall man with a frosty thin hairline and a nose capable of the most powerful of snores. due to the amblyphobia. Due to the amblyopia, his right eye was the good one, while his left always drifted a few degrees off, coasting its own orbit. He called it his fish eye. My grandma, on the other hand, was a short, petite woman who had a voice that never spiked or got frazzled, even if you were on the thinnest of ice. She sang hymns while she cooked, and she had loved to chase me around the room so she could peck my cheeks with kisses. I always called her Gram. The two of them preferred the country lifestyle, occupying some patch of land amidst the backroads of Ashe County, far away from bustling suburbs, but just close enough to the nearest grocer. I remember being 8 and thinking their house looked just like a Christmas card in the snow, an all-American salt box with dark wooden siding, a steeply pitched roof, and an old red pickup that seldom left the lot. In the years after the last holiday trip, our interactions had been limited only to a brief phone conversations and the periodic seasonal wishes. My grandparents did not come to visit, and neither did we. I sometimes felt sad how close my friends seemed to be with their relatives, and, frankly, I blamed it all on the living distance between us. But the reality was, we were an estranged family, and rocky relations with my father had left a seismic gap between both parties. I never did learn all those lurid details, but I know it involved a lot of money. I was going through a rough patch in my sophomore year, from dealing with an asshole ex, taking all my friends, to getting into a fight with one of the worst girls in school. She had tormented me through the entire 10th grade year, and after complaining and having nothing done about it, I dealt with her myself. In 4th period chemistry, she and her snickering vultures always sat right behind me. This particular time, one of her murmurs reached me. "You really think she does?" I turned around and looked at her dead in the eye. "Does what?" Her lips curled with a spiteful smile. "Stuff your bra, you do, don't you?" Nice and loud for the whole class to hear. Next thing I knew, I had grabbed her by the hair, knocked her backwards from the desk, and jumped on her. 10-day suspension, but it felt really nice shutting her up. Worried for my mental health, my mother opted for me to stay with my grandparents for a week. Since her and Dad's divorce, she's been working hard to rekindle the ties with her parents, and probably saw this as a way to bring some normalcy back to her family. Happy as I was to see my old folks again, it was hard not to feel just a little used. The drive from Charlotte to West Jefferson was a 2-hour stretch, 1.5 if I'd gotten to drive. I like road trips though. They are always a good excuse to bust out the moleskin notebook and start sketching the scenery. Drawing was always my diversion to things. As the road eventually gave way to gravel, we reached the salt box house. All by its lonesome, save for the old barn which occupied the same grounds, and the red pickup, of course. Gran was the first to greet us at the door, her small, delicate eyes widening around. Sorry, I gotta reread that. Gran was the first to greet us at the door, her small, delicate eyes widening behind her spectacles. She was wearing a cornflower blue turtleneck. "Oh my," she gasped gently, cupping my shoulders with her thin hands. "You can't be my Emily. You're too tall." "You got me. I'm an imposter." I laughed as we both pulled each other in a hug. Our hair smelled like coconut oil. She led us through the foyer and into the immediate living room, that spanned the width of the house. I oriented around a fireplace which funneled up to a large central chimney. The interior still held its log cabin charm, from the hickory floorboards to the exposed hardwood beams of the ceiling. In the corner of the living room, sunlight glinted off the old mahogany armchair by the window. We headed to the small kitchen. Its soapstone sink and aged finish cabinets still looked the same, but seemed lower down than my childhood memory recalled them. The walls still bore the sign that read, "No home is complete without the pitter-patter of rabbits' feet," complete with a rabbit's foot keychain dangling at its corner. It was an eerie feeling being back after 8 years and finding that really nothing had changed. The house has a hidey hole untouched by time. I walked through the side door and up the L-shaped staircase to the upper floor. Above them, the long hand-carved faces of the bearded men once again stared down at me, their wooden teeth grinning and their eyes wide with fake life. While the adults chatted downstairs, I unpacked in the guest room. The closet smelled of mothballs, which left a lasting and the nostrils effect everywhere else in the room. With my clothes stashed, I walked the hallway and stopped at the closed door of Grandpa's study. Muffled rustling sounded from inside. I knocked lightly against the door. That roused a busy voice from the other side. "One sec. Oh, no. Just come in." I briefly opened inside and then let myself in. The blinds were closed, and the dark space was lit only by a desk lamp. Beneath it, Grandpa Cobalt's head was bent forward toward his desk, the pocket knife in his hand slicing carefully at a piece of wood. Chips and fuzzy shavings frayed the workspace as he whittled more of its shape down to a fishy outline. "You can grab the light," he said, clearing his throat, as his good eye left the project. Although his voice was a cheerful one, his lips remained curled in a permanent, dignified expression. I flicked the switch, lighting the rest of his office up. It was exactly how you pictured a fisherman's office to be. An old big-mouthed Billy Bass mounted on the wall, bayou-themed knickknacks lining the shelves and pinned just above the old gramophones. A wide hanger of fishing lures, all carved and painted by Grandpa himself. His surroundings hadn't changed since I'd seen him last. The chair lightly teetered as he left it and clapped a firm arm around me. "Been too long, pal. Barb's been cooking up something special for you guys." "Can't wait for that." I smiled and returned the embrace. My mother ended up staying for dinner before the drive home, giving us all a chance to catch up on things and to clear the air, per se. I knew that was a big reason why she stayed. But I also knew she would never pass up a chance to sample Grand's cooking again. While Grandpa Cobalt revealed in his fishing prowess, my grandmother prided herself in one of the oldest southern staples: comfort food, sugar-glazed ham, sweet potato biscuits, butter cake rolls. She had certainly prepped for our visit that evening. With full stomachs, I hugged my mom goodbye and waved her off as the car rolled off the driveway and down the gritty road. As I tried to sleep that night, I could hear every so often the shy whisper of wind that sighed out of their fireplace. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast from Grandma, I decided to walk the grounds again, taking it all in a near decade later. tire swing in their backyard still hung from an old maple tree, its insides pulled with trapped smelly water. From there, a patch of stone steps led to the garden, still sprawling with life after all these years. Straight away, I ended up at the barn. Little had changed about it, save for the evident sag in its roof from rotting timbers, and once bright paint was now lifting and curling away from its red, withered body. Several of the boards were peppered with holes from woodpeckers trying to get the insects hiding in their cavities. I used to follow Grandpa around the stables as he fed the chickens and milked the cows in his crude, caked over walls. But these days were long gone now, and the barn was far past its cultivating years. I walked up to the large doors, only to find them chained shut with a padlock. Not safe in there. Grandpa Cobalt's voice came out of nowhere. I jumped to not even realize he was behind me. The old girl still has strong bones to her, but they aren't getting any sturdier. Best steer clear. Why do you keep it around then? I asked, which only made him smirk and look away. The rest of the day played out smoothly, with me exploring a few trails near the house, and then helping chop the stacked firewood. I was lousy at it, and by the third axe drop, I asked if we were done yet. That gave Grandpa a good, whisty laugh. If you want us to freeze to death, he cracked. The day after that, I drew a sketch of the barn in my notebook, watched some old movies, and helped Gram do some weeding in her garden. Sure, it was nice being helpful for my grandparents, but honestly speaking, I was mostly trying to keep myself busy so my brain wouldn't shrivel from boredom. The spotty area had fizzled my cell phone service to nothing, and the only books I thought to bring were ones I read countless times before. Every so often, when I was walking the hall, I'd catch a whiff of something floating around the house, something other than the mothball scent in the closet and on the floor, and on the furniture, something that smelled of earth, almost like dirt. But before I could start to trace it, the scent had already evaporated. On the third day that I was there, Grandpa showed me his favorite fishing spot, a stream that flowed under a short wooden bridge. The two of us sat off a bank with the folding chairs we'd brought. He cast out a line. I focused on drawing the circling dragonflies and the scattering skitterbugs. At roughly 2 a.m. that night, I awoke to the awful feeling of sweat. The room was hot, and the continued dryness in my mouth had made it hard to even swallow. I rolled out of bed and lightly made my way down the stairs for a glass of water. A light glowed from one of the table lamps in the living room. Seated wistfully in the armchair next to it was Graham. She was in her nightgown, and my first thought was that she must have fallen asleep there. But no, she was awake. Hello, dear. Can't sleep. She smiled, hunching slightly forward at my presence. Clasping between her hands was a jug filled to the brim with water. No, I said dryly, clearing my throat in the process. Just need a drink real quick. Oh, she exhaled. Happens to me all the time. Would you like some? She leaned forward to offer me the jug, fingers quivering around the glass. Her expression was dull and somewhat disoriented. She was not wearing the turtleneck, and I noticed a scar at the base of her neck, circling around it like a grisly necklace. I smiled, turning down her offer. No, that's okay. She flinched her bony shoulders. More for me, then, and tipped the spout of the jug up to her mouth. A guttural glug 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 sound escaped as she leaned her head back and forced more of it down. I watched more stunned than anything as her throat rippled and neck scars flexed and relaxed. One mighty gulp after another, globs of water rolled under her chin and spotted her gown. When she finally finished, she rested her empty jug on the table and breathed, "Oh," taking a moment to wipe her wet lips. "Sorry about that, dear. I get pretty dried out at night, too." The dull expression returned. "Do you want to see?" she asked, her voice tripping. Before I could answer or even properly soak up the question, she gripped the ring finger of her left hand and bent it backwards. A muffled pop sounded under her skin as the finger snapped back and touched the top of her wrist. "Grandma!" I shouted as my insides all clenched at once. She did it again, this time pulling her index back like a railway lever, crunching with bone instead of rust. Despite my horrified reaction, she still stared dimly with me with hollow eyes, torquing two more fingers out of place, snapping them like dry stems. "Grandma, stop! Please stop it!" I pleaded. Footfalls sounded down the stairs. Grandpa Kobolds rushed in, barefoot in his plaid pajamas. He pulled Gram's hands apart and looked back at me pleadingly. I could see he wanted me out of this room before she could do more to herself. I went back upstairs. It was all I could think to do. A minute or two later, I opened the door and peeked into the hallway. Grandpa had brought her up to his study. I could hear drawers being rustled open and closed. Every so often, from the glow beneath the door, a crease of shadow would roll by. Neither of them was speaking on the other side. I lay in bed for some time. Instead of the dryness in my throat keeping me awake, it was now the nauseating sound of fingers being bent and broken. That morning, I made my way downstairs. Gram was once again in her turtleneck and humming another hymn in the kitchen. A choir of eggs harmonized in the frying pan. "Good morning, hon." She smiled briefly, but then turned away uncomfortably. She looked to be in a struggle, cooking with her right hand, the dominant one now immobilized and a splint. "Grandpa says that I scared you last night. I'm so sorry. I should have told you about my sleeping condition. If only you didn't have to witness it." I moved to help her. "No, it's okay, really. I just hope that you're all right." "Oh, yes," she laughed, flaunting her brace. "It's nothing I'm not already used to." Even though it gave me some answer for what happened, it still didn't quite add up in my mind. She acknowledged me when I came downstairs, spoke to me even. Despite her clearly not acting like herself, was it really possible to be so dead asleep you couldn't feel your joints snapping apart, as you're the ones doing it? I wanted to believe her, I really did, but it was a hard pill to swallow, even with all that water. Most of the time, the best place to find her was in the living room, where she typically resigned herself to the armchair by the window. That had always been her favorite spot. I remember being little and sitting on her lap as we watched a storm outside, warm coffee in her hand, hot cocoa in mine. Now, though, when she did leave the chair, it was only to put something on in the kitchen or refill the glass she always kept close by. But for how much she enjoyed cooking, I don't think I ever saw her actually eat anything the whole time I was there. She just preferred to sit, taking in nothing but water and window sunlight. As I finished a sketch of her from the couch, I soon realized that I'd never seen her blink while she sat there, not even once. For dinner that evening, I stuck around to help her in the kitchen. I figured she could use the extra hands. I was dressing the potato salad and a sudden crash sounded behind me. A plate had slipped out of her grasp and lay shattered on the floor. She didn't gasp or sigh about it. She just stood there with her head tilted toward the sharp bits of ceramic. Then, in the same instant, she crunched over them, grabbed another plate, and continued with her task, not acknowledging what had happened whatsoever. When the meal prep was finished and after broken plate was scooped up, we sat the dinner table. Roast chicken, peas, mashed potatoes. I was starving. The back door opened and closed. Grandpa Cobalt shuffled his way in and claimed a spot at the table. Looks good, Barb. He smiled, his good eye focused on the plate and the other admiring the wall. During dinner, I noticed Graham barely touched her plate, giving only a few cursory prods to the mashed potatoes. I stood up to take my plate back to the kitchen. She looked up in surprise. Where are you going? I finished. Getting pretty full here. Her brow darkened and her eyes marked me dully behind the spectacles. Kids who do not clean their plate do not get to play. Please sit. A few measly flecks of chicken were left for me to finish. I'm good, thanks. I laughed a bit, taking it as a joke. Her face first went slack and then all at once clenched into a crinkled mask of anger. Clean your plate! Barb, Grandpa spoke up, still chewing some food. Leave her be. She's finished. Leave it be. It is a waste, she said fiercely, arms shaking. A waste of good food. Finish your own plate, then, I almost shouted back, but instead continued toward the kitchen. The dishes jittered. A heavy thud resounded across the table. I turned. Gran was standing up now, lips taut with anger. Her whole appearance looked different. My sweet, gentle grandma had wavered into something else, something hag-like. I said eat, she screamed. Eat, eat, eat. Each word was spat and fueled by another pound on the table. Her glasses dropped into the potato salad. Grandpa Cobalt left his chair and moved to calm her down. I was much more angry than afraid at her outburst. I opened my mouth to tell her off, but then I saw it, the black substance running down her face. It oozed from her left ear, dripping densely down her neck and over the curve of her chin. I thought it was blood at first, but no, it was too sticky, too thick. Grandpa seemed to take notice as well, as he grabbed a napkin to wipe her face. I left through the kitchen and then out the back door to get away from the shouting. It was all too much to handle. I found an outdoor bench in their garden and sat on top of it for a while. Grandpa came out and joined me, his face florid with exhaust. Hey, he said quietly. I'm sorry about all this, Emily. Your grandmother is going through things, difficult things that impair her mentally. She doesn't mean it, and believe me, she's trying her best. She'll be back to her old self soon. Just give it some time, I promise. He wrapped his arms around me in a firm hug, and then headed back inside, leaving me to my thoughts. I tried my best to calm down, but all I could think about was Gram and a black slab rolling out of her ear. After the incident at dinner, she would not leave her bedroom. Sometimes I hear the whiffle groan of a floorboard or the wet sniffle of breath coming from the other side. Is Gram okay? I asked Grandpa in his study. She's alright, he answered idly. His good eye trailed on the newly carved fishing lure in front of him as he attached a treble hook to its rear. Just need some rest. Should we take her to a hospital? Just to be safe? No, he said vehemently, veering his attention back at me. Already told you. She is fine, alright? It wasn't like I had any say in the matter, so I left it alone. But I couldn't help but feel guilty about how things were going. It was like I'd become a nuisance instead of a guest. That night, a loud thump roused me awake. I heard movement down the hall, and judging by the mutters and mannish grunts, I guessed it could only be my grandfather. He grumbled and sighed as he made his way slowly down the stairs, like he was lugging something down them. The back door opened and closed. I glanced out the window and spied his hazy outline pass through the darkness and cut across the grounds. He approached the dark silhouette of the barn, fiddled with the lock at the door, and vanished inside. It was one thing to be awake at this hour, but an entirely different thing to be entering a place he deemed too dangerous to set foot in. I settled back into bed, the curiosity keeping me awake even longer. That morning, I wanted to try and do something nice for Gram while I was still there. Eggs, some toast, and bacon, ever so slightly burnt. Although I was far from the sort of cook she was, I figured breakfast in bed would count enough. Plate in hand, I knocked on her door. Gram, I made you some breakfast. You hungry? No answer. I knocked slightly harder, which pushed it a smidge open, then impulsively nudged it the rest of the way. First thing to hit me was a smell, the same earthy one I'd been catching in periodic wafts in the house, but now sharper and thicker than ever, pungent, damp, bitter, like moldy vegetables. Second thing, which came immediately after, was that Gram was nowhere. Her bed was empty, and from the looks of it, only one side of the sheets was being used. Even the bathroom was empty. Hello, can you hear me? Testing. Hello. Alright. So, I think I'm gonna... Bookworm, do you remember the last thing you heard? I don't know why Twitch did that, because I have perfect internet, OBS show no issues, so I don't know why Twitch disconnected me. Hope I didn't get, like, shadow banned or something. Oh boy. If you don't remember, I think I'll just go up a bit. Leaving the bathroom part? Okay. Let's see. Alright, so I'll read right here. Alright. A second thing, which came immediately after, was that Gram was nowhere. Her bed was empty, and from the looks of it, only one side of the sheets was being used. Even the bathroom was empty. Atop her dresser was a miniature cat doll stared at me, its gray face stitched to a frown and a plastic tear dripping out of its eye. It was just me in the room which stank of rotting soil. Something crunched under my shoe, a clumpy, sticky substance stuck to the floor. Blotches of it had dried into black, gummy droplets that started at the door and stained all the way up to the bed. Or maybe it was the other way around. I checked all around the house, the backyard, the garden, even found myself double checking the armchair in the living room, like she'd somehow just materialized there by the window, but she was nowhere. Grandpa came back to the house and walked up the stairs. I managed to catch him on his way out of the bedroom. "Do you know where Grandma is?" I asked. Deep furrows marked the corners of his mouth, which one hand still wrapped around the doorknob. He closed the door briskly behind him. "In bed. She needs to rest." He disappeared into his study, leaving me standing there, trying to digest the lie I was just fed. That night I heard him stir once again to the lower floor, scuttling down, each step on quiet feet. From the window I watched as he looked around, unchained the barn door, and slipped inside. But why? What was he hiding? The questions rolled around like rocks in my stomach and made me feel queasy. Grandma was missing, and Grandpa was acting strange. Even as I attempted to prod him for information earlier that day, he only seemed to divert from it. Eye contact was never his strong suit, given the fisheye, but I could tell something was off from his body language. It was like he was trying to squirrel away from the subject entirely. It made me feel nervous, like I was suddenly talking to someone else, a stranger. "Check the barn," my gut proposed. "Wait until he comes back, then sneak out yourself." I thought about that small hole my younger self had discovered on the side of the barn. I wonder if Grandpa ever did manage to patch it up. It had been the easiest way to sneak inside and pet the cows. No doubt it would be a tight fit, but it could be possible. That would at least get me beyond the padlock. Then I could be in and out quickly. The thought was provoking, but also curbed by the possibility of what I might find inside there. Whatever secret thing he'd been doing, not only that, if it really was nothing, and I was discovered, it would no doubt hurt Grandpa for suspecting him of something so vile. But the trust was gone now. Gran was gone. I waited by the window for some time, not daring to leave the house until he knew he was back indoors. As every minute passed, so did a rising flux of worry. At last, the barn door slid open, and out he came, returning to the house with an exhausted gulp. I listened intently for a shuffling down the hall, and then the groan of hinges from the bedroom door. When enough silence passed, I cautiously moved down the stairs and out the back door, thankfully without any noise. The air outside woke me and brought back the reality of what I was preparing to do. Fear and uncertainty compressed my legs, demanding that I stop, that I really think about this. But I was done second-guessing myself. I pushed on. Insects chirped their reedy songs from the brushwood. I circled around the barn's haggard body, and sure enough, found a small hole in its side. Considering that I've been barely small enough to squeeze through as a kid, there was no chance I'd fit now. I gripped one of the weaker planks near it and gave it a hard tug. The wood groaned from my effort, but held firm. I sat on the ground, planting both my shoes against the timber, and yanked again. The nail holding it ripped out like a tooth as the plank gave with a loud snap. I took a few breaths, nerved myself up, and crawled through the widened passage. The air inside was heavy with the smell of old, dusty wood, and further thickened with something sharp and familiar, the same odor that lingered the halls of the house, only the smell was 1,000 times stronger here. I flicked on my cell phone's flashlight. Cobwebs hung like streamers from the ceiling. The animal pen sat empty of anything but silage and still stunk somewhat of their dung. From one of them, the teeth of an old pitchfork poked dangerously out of the brush. I walked deeper inside, bypassing a tractor beneath a grime-laden tarp, long past its golden years. Beyond the stables, in the far darkened rear of the interior, my light caught the silhouette of something tall and arboreal. A tree growing right in the hunches of the old barn. From its splayed branches, I could make out the dark, grubby shapes of fruit hanging from them. I approached it more cautious than anything, about why I was here and why Grandpa wouldn't have just turned the firewood by now. Bad feeling slithered down my neck, a very bad feeling. Then, as enough dusty light pushed back the darkness, I saw it, all of it. Not a tree, the voice in my head squeaked with knife-edged terror. The trunk, if you would call it that, was not made of bark, but of a stretched leathery skin. It buckled and folded around the main body, forming the same rows and ridges as a fingertip. From the top, its crowned thin skeletal branches, which began as stems, grew and evolved into veiny arms, human arms. Their splintery fingers gripped in silent torment. The vague shapes dangling from them that I thought were fruit weren't fruit at all, but rows of wrinkled heads. Some had whips of white hair, some had more developed features than others, and somewhere in a dim compartment of my mind, I realized something else. They all looked like Graham. The tree's long, gnarled shape reached halfway to the ceiling from the evil earth that birthed it. In its center, a distinct crater was left as if something large had recently been carved out, something like a torso. From the patch of soil in front, someone had been hard at work digging up and exposing the roots. Boneless, atrophied legs with nubs on the way of becoming toes. A pair of them appeared to have already been cut and removed off the main stem. I was now breathing hard, practically panting, trying to find some way to process the gaunt, twisted thing before me. Then, without thinking, I snapped a photo. That's when I heard it, the sound of a chain being fiddled with. I turned my head, clambering around a bit before picking one of the stacks of old hay and hiding behind it. The barn door slid open just as I remembered to turn the flashlight off. The overhead lights flickered on and gazed from the inner space with a soft yellow glow. Boots made their way inside, thumping over the matted hay. I leaned closer into my hiding spot, strangling bits of straw poking into my cheek. Grandpa Cobalt came into view, approaching the nightmarish thing with a slow, burned-out pace and a few exhaled murmurs. A large empty sack was strung over his shoulder. Taking no notice of me, he maneuvered around a small workshop in the corner where a rack of brooms, a shovel, a manure fork, and a stained pruning saw hung in wait. Bypassing those, he first gripped a wooden ladder, situated it at the front of the tree thing, and returned for the handsaw. I couldn't look away from him, and the thick air I'd been breathing had started to make me feel lightheaded, like this all truly were just a bad dream. Stepping on a few of the rungs, Grandpa surveying the hanging heads, coupled each one by their cheek. With his gloved hands, he opened their mouths, checking the teeth. Finally settling on one, he gave it a little twist and plucked it like a fat, ripe apple. The selected head went into the bag. He repeated the process for the tangled of arms, looking each of them over upon choosing the best two. He brought the saw up to where the collars met with the rest of the trunk and started cutting. The silver fangs chewed through them, producing a wet, grinding sound with each stroke. I pinned my hands over my ears, trying to keep out the noise of moist, ripened fibers. The arms drooped and dangled from their stems. After a split, they quickly fed to the bag. Black sap drained from their stumps. With his bag full of the chosen parts, Grandpa Kobold slung it over his shoulder and brought it to a door on the side of the room. It opened to a short, small space where a light hung above a table. A white sheet was draped over it, a vague silhouetted shape beneath it. He closed the door and shut behind him. Can't stay here, my thoughts sloshed and finally churned out. Have to go, have to get out. I cautiously moved toward the way I had come in, planning to cut through the empty pens in order not to be seen. When instead of my foot finding some soft earth, in my next step, it felt something hard and wooden. A trap door. Its frame was as dilapidated as the walls around me, and I'm almost certain it would have given beneath my weight had I continued. Tried to peer through the gap between its boards, but it was too dark. Even with the overhead running lighting, checking back once more behind me, I faced my phone between the boards and flicked the flashlight on. The cavern below lit up, and had I not clamped a hand over my mouth, I would have finally let out a scream slip out. A body, no, several bodies were down there, stacked nakedly over each other in the pit, as though dropped one at a time. Their skin was flaking like old paper. Their eyes were dried in their sockets. Their dry lips curled in mummified sneers and grimaces. The worst of all was the one atop of the pile, its white hair spilled behind it, and a splint still fitted around its bony wrist. A time between squeezing back through the hole in the wall and running back to my room felt stitched together, split maybe between 2 or 3 blinks. I felt against the guest room door, closing it, and sank to the floor, hyperventilating in short, quick gasps. My heart flip-flopped in my chest. My mind was trying its solemn best to keep it together. I dialed my mother's cell. Pointless. The signal could not reach the towers beyond the mountains. All I could do was wait for her to come and pick me up tomorrow. Then I'll tell her everything. I'll tell everyone everything. The downstairs door pulled open, and the drumming of shoes drew closer. There was no lock on my door, so I made a cautious but quick crawl toward the bed and rolled the bed sheets over me. Boots' heels thumped the stairs traveling down the hall and stopped at my door. I held back the air in my throat and rested a hand over my thrumming chest. The doorknob jostled softly, then twisted as the door inched open with a horrible, terrible groan. Only partially opening, I lay still, hoping he'd see that I was asleep and move on. Then in a voice so unfamiliar I could hardly understand it, he spoke through the crack. "Delete the photos." Sharp, frigid terror shot through me and jostled my insides. I didn't move, trying to hold on to the facade that I wasn't awake, but the door didn't move, remaining open to the slit of hallway. Did he really see me in there, or did the intel come from something else? I hovered my finger over the phone and raised the first photo, hoping at least hold out with the second I took, the one of the bodies in the shaft. "Both of them," he grunted. As I deleted the final bit of data, the door began to close, stop, and pushed open once more. "I love Barb. I hope you know that." I didn't answer. The door then clicked shut, and the boots returned to the downstairs. He must have had more work to do. I looked emptily toward the window. The sun was on the rise, slowly shifting the night into a newborn dawn. I did not leave the room, even as the disk of sun finally peeped over the hills, even as the smell of delicious food wafted through the vents, even as the sound of footsteps came to and from the hall. When I heard it, the sound of wheels churning gravel outside, my mom was finally here. I rushed downstairs, planning to meet her before she even touched the doorbell, but as I reached the living room, my legs deadlocked, the familiar cold air of shock washing over me again. Well, look who decided to join us. Gram trilled from the armchair. She was in her turtleneck, and the splint rested securely over her mending fingers. But it wasn't her. It was a collection of parts, of pieces from the tree thing, all strung together beneath that sweater. Behind the collar over her neck, I pictured a flesh ring of scars hiding under the fabric. Were there still guts and organs within them, or just more heaps of black sap? I knew this wasn't Gram, just like I knew it wasn't the same Gram I spent these days gardening and cooking with. It was a different one, a new one, freshly picked and pulled together. Was my real grandmother dead? Was this some deal Grandpa Cobalt made to never lose her? A deal with the devil? Did he just wait for one shriveled up before carving out a new one? Are you alright, dear? And inquired. You're so pale. Are you hungry? Do you need some water, maybe? I never knew what it truly meant to see the light leave someone's eyes, but behind those spectacles the eyes were dead and dull, wide with fake life. Knock came at the door, prompting the thing with Grimcrim's face to sit up. That must be your mother, finally come to rescue you from us. It laughed. And as she pulled open the door to let my mother in, all I could do was stand there. That isn't Gram. It's something else. I tried to say, but the words died on my tongue. A tight queasiness bubbled up my throat and made the room spin. I just wanted to leave. I just wanted to go home. Grandpa Cobalt didn't leave his study to say goodbye to us, and frankly, I wanted nothing more. From upstairs, we could hear his gramophones beginning to play. So how was it? Mother asked on the drive back. I tried again to tell her to spill everything I witnessed, but the same wooziness returned and closed my throat. Needle-sharp pain filled my ears and only grew worse as I tried to push the words out. Hey, are you okay? My mother asked, seeing how much I was struggling. But I couldn't blurt it out. The awful, horrible images swelling in my brain. Even as I tried to write them down, the seasickness feeling intensified until I couldn't even see straight. Maybe it was something in the food, or maybe I'd breathed in too much of the thick, moldy air inside of that place. But one thing was certain. They had no intention of letting me reveal what I saw. Not in my whole life. Not even on my deathbed. Even as I tried later to cover the photos from the barn, the files were too corrupted to fix. Lost forever. There was something I did manage to get out on that car ride. Something that only ended up confusing my mother even more. Her splint was on the wrong hand, I said. Despite all my mom's efforts to revive our family ties, things ended up falling silent after that. No more annual check-ins or seasonal greetings from my grandparents. Time did not dull the memory of what I'd seen in the barn, and truthfully, I did not think it ever will. Visceral horror can't be erased. It can only be negotiated with. I filled art books with it, sketching page after page of withered corpses and dark hedges made of body parts, eagerly waiting harvest. What had started as a hobby of mine soon became an act of weak, pitiful defiance, a way to get the secrets trapped inside of me out. Stacks of them filled up in my room. Teachers were getting frustrated. Mom started to worry. I didn't care. I only wanted to draw. I now have a therapist, and Dr. Abigail meets with me once a week for our 45-minute sessions. Even though she doesn't show it, I'm sure she gets bothered by how little I talk in them because I'm too busy drawing, too busy finishing the piece I'm working on. Emily, she says from her chair, one leg folded over the other. Can you tell me about that picture I'm making? I don't answer. What about a name for it? I stop and look at her. Imposter. And that's it. That, I was not expecting that. Jesus Christ. That was really good. Ooh. I was wondering where it was going because at first it was like, oh, this is just normal grandparents. Are they gonna be like killers? Are they gonna be cannibals? Nope, it's just a fucking flesh tree. Just throwing that out of nowhere. I mean, it was really good put together. I enjoyed it. It was good. Alright, next story. When I get to choose, Mr. Widemouth. Oh yeah, this is only gonna be a 6-minute horror story, so it's gonna be short. Mr. Widemouth. During my childhood, my family was like a drop of water in a vast river, never remaining in one location for long. We settled in Rhode Island when I was 8, and there we remained until I went to college in Colorado Springs. Most of my memories are rooted in Rhode Island, but there are fragments in the attic of my brain, which belong to various homes we had lived in when I was much younger. Most of these memories are unclear and pointless. Chasing after another boy in the backyard of a house in North Carolina, trying to build a raft to float on the creek behind the apartment we rented in Pennsylvania, and so on. But there is one set of memories which remains as clear as glass, as though they were just made yesterday. I often wonder whether these memories are simply lucid dreams produced by the long sickness I experienced that spring, but in my heart, I know they are real. We are living in a house just outside the bustling metropolis of New Vineyard, Maine, population 643. It was a large structure, especially for a family of 3. There were a number of rooms that I didn't see in the 5 months we resided there. In some ways, it was a waste of space, but it was the only house on the market at the time, at least within an hour's commute to my father's place of work. The day after my 5th birthday, I came down with a fever. The doctor said I had monoculosis, which meant no rough play and more fever for at least another 3 weeks. It was a horrible timing to be bedridden. We were in the process of packing our things to move to Pennsylvania, and most of my things were already packed away in boxes, leaving my room barren. My mother brought me ginger ale and books several times a day, and he served the function of being my primary form of entertainment for the next few weeks. Boredom always loomed just around the corner, waiting to rear its ugly head and compound my misery. I don't exactly recall how I met Mr. Widemouth. I think it was about a week after I was diagnosed with mono. My first memory of the small creature was asking him, if he had a name. He told me to call him Mr. Widemouth because his mouth was large. In fact, everything about him was large in comparison to his body. His head, his eyes, his crooked ears, but his mouth was by far the largest. You look kinda like a Furby, I said as he flipped through one of my books. Mr. Widemouth stopped and gave me a puzzled look. Furby? What's a Furby? He asked. I shrugged. You know, the toy. The little robot with big ears. You can pet and feed them almost like a real pet? Oh. Mr. Widemouth resumed his activity. You don't need one of those. They aren't the same as having a real friend. I remembered Mr. Widemouth disappearing every time my mother stopped to check in on me. I lay under your bed, he later explained. I don't want your parents to see me because I'm afraid they won't let us play anymore. We didn't do much during those first few days. Mr. Widemouth just looked at my books, fascinated by the stories and pictures they contained. The third and fourth morning after I met him, he greeted me with a large smile on his face. I have a new game we can play, he said. We have to wait until after your mother comes to check in on you. Because she can't see us play. It's a secret game. After my mother delivered more books and soda at the usual time, Mr. Widemouth slipped out from under the bed and tugged my hand. We have to go to the room at the end of this hallway, he said. I objected at first, as my parents had forbidden me to leave my bed without their permission, but Mr. Widemouth persisted until I gave in. The room in question had no furniture or wallpaper. Its only disgusting feature was a window opposite the doorway. Mr. Widemouth darted across the room and gave the window a firm push, flinging it open. He then beckoned me to look out the ground below. We were on the second story of the house, but it was on a hill, and from this angle the drop was farther than 2 stories due to the incline. I feel like to play pretend up here, Mr. Widemouth explained. I pretend that there is a big soft trampoline below this window and I jump. If you pretend hard enough, you bounce back up like a feather. I want you to try. I was a 5-year-old with a fever, so only a hint of skepticism darted through my thoughts as I looked down considering the possibility. It's a long drop, I said. But that's all part of the fun. It wouldn't be fun, it was only a short drop. If it were that way, you may as well just bounce on a real trampoline. I toyed with the idea, picturing myself falling through thin air only to bounce back to the window on something unseen by human eyes. But the realist in me prevailed. Maybe some other time, I said. I don't know if I have enough imagination. I could get hurt. Mr. Widemouth's face contorted into a snarl, but only for a moment. Anger gave way to disappointment. If you say so, he said. He spent the rest of the day under my bed, quiet as a mouse. The following morning, Mr. Widemouth arrived holding a small box. I want to teach you how to juggle, he said. Here are some things you can use to practice before I start giving you lessons. I looked in the box. It was full of knives. My parents will kill me, I shouted, horrified that Mr. Widemouth had brought knives into my room, objects that my parents would never allow me to touch. I'll be spanked and grounded for a year. Mr. Widemouth frowned. It's fun to juggle with these. I want you to try it. I pushed the box away. I can't. I'll get in trouble. Knives aren't safe to just throw in the air. Mr. Widemouth's frown deepened into a scowl. He took the box of knives and slid under the bed. Remaining there the rest of the day, I began to wonder how often he was under me. I started having trouble sleeping after that. Mr. Widemouth often woke me up at night saying he put a real trampoline under the window, a big one. one that I couldn't see in the dark. I always declined and tried to go back to sleep. But Mr. Widemouth persisted. Sometimes he stayed by my side until early in the morning, encouraged me to jump. He wasn't so fun to play with anymore. Mother came to me one morning and told me I had her permission to walk around outside. She thought the fresh air would be good for me, especially after being confined to my room for so long. Ecstatic, I put on my sneakers and trotted out to the back porch, yearning for the feeling of sun on my face. Mr. Widemouth was waiting for me. "I have something I want you to see," he said. I must have given him a weird look because he then said, "It's safe, I promise." I followed him to the beginning of a deer trail which ran through the woods behind the house. "This is an important path," he explained. "I've had a lot of friends about your age. When they were ready, I took them down this path to a special place. You aren't ready yet, but one day I hope to take you there." I returned to the house, wondering what kind of place lay beyond that trail. 2 weeks after I met Mr. Widemouth, the last load of our things had been packed into a moving truck. I would be in the cab of that truck sitting next to my father for a long drive to Pennsylvania, and considered telling Mr. Widemouth that I would be leaving. But even at 5 years old, I was beginning to suspect that perhaps the creature's intentions were not to my benefit, despite what he said otherwise. For this reason, I decided to keep my departure a secret. My father and I were in the truck at 4 a.m. We was hoping to make it to Pennsylvania by lunchtime tomorrow, with the help of an endless supply of coffee and a six-pack of energy drinks. He seemed more like a man who was about to run a marathon rather than one who was about to spend 2 days sitting still. "Early enough for you?" he asked. I nodded and placed my head against the window, hoping for some sleep before the sun came up. I felt my father's hand on my shoulder. "This is the last move, son. I promise. I know it's hard for you, as sick as you've been. Once Daddy gets promoted, we can settle down and you can make friends." I opened my eyes as we backed out the driveway. I saw Mr. Widemouth's silhouette in my bedroom window. He stood motionless until the truck was about to turn onto the main road. He gave a pitiful little wave goodbye, steak knife in hand. I didn't wave back. Years later, I returned to New Vineyard. The piece of land our house stood upon was empty except for the foundation. As the house burned down a few years after my family left, out of curiosity, I followed the deer trail that Mr. Widemouth had shown me. Part of me expected him to jump out from behind a tree and scare the living bejesus out of me, but I felt that Mr. Widemouth was gone, somehow tied to the house that no longer existed. The trail ended at the New Vineyard Memorial Cemetery. I noticed that many of the tombstones belong to children. And that's it. That's the end. That's Mr. Widemouth. Yeah. I thought it was gonna be something goofy. Not something like that. It also, it also looks like we're about to have someone else join us. Jerry!
Right.
Yeah, you only missed, 4 stories. 3 of them were really short. One was only really long. You missed the Seed Eater, White with Red, Family Roots, and Mr. Widemouth.
Mr. Widemouth sounds so fun.
Oh no, it was. Yeah. But the thing I'm doing this stream is I had I choose a story, then someone else choose a story. So
Oh.
so yeah. So here's the thing. Since it was mainly me and Bookworm, I'm gonna have it be your turn now.
What?
You get to choose which story I read. I got a list right here.
Oh, okay.
The Strange Glow, Alabaster Angel, Polybius. Oh. You saw nothing as a stream alert.
I saw that.
You like it?
Yeah.
Next is Ted the Caver. Turn It Off. Bedtime. Psychosis. And Robert the Doll.
Alabaster Angel.
Alabaster Angel. A story that's estimated to be 46 minutes long.
Oh!
Yeah, I chose some really long ones this time, because the longest one I got is Ted the Caver, which is 86 minutes estimated.
Oh my.
Yeah. Alabaster Angel. It's a matchmaking service? Asked the doctor with a concerned look on his face. This is the Garden of Eden, replied his host with a smile. The doctor looked around the room with a raised eyebrow and growing discomfort. The elaborate advertisement for the service promising to find your perfect partner had conjured images of a posh office with cushioned chairs, pictures, profiles, and employees in business casual attire. Instead, he found himself in an artist's studio. A stained concrete floor spread around the vestibule to whitewashed wooden walls. A variety of paintings, everything from portraits to landscapes, adorned the walls. Some remained half-finished. His eyes lingered on a particularly colorful impressionist piece, vibrant green and blue, sprung from its depiction of a verdant garden or forest encased in ice. Violently sharp icicles hung from the blooming flowers. The doctor could almost feel a chill in the air while looking at it. He forced his attention back to the apparent owner of the studio he found himself in. Dr. Charles Ellingson, he said, extending his hand toward the woman in front of him. I know, she said with a sly glance spreading across a broad, thin-lipped mouth. Nice to meet you in person, Chuck. He frowned in reply. I prefer Charles, he said, trying to keep his voice steady. I'm sure you do, Chaz, she said without a shred of remorse. I'm Vindalia. I answer to Ved, Dahlia, Veddy, or any other permutation you can think of while you are my client. She turned towards the doorway behind her and waved him onwards. This way, please. As he followed her, Ellingson studied the strange woman. A jet black hair fell down her back and almost to her knees. Although not pretty in a traditional manner, there was a certain allure about the tall, pale-skinned woman. It even seemed to transcend the baggy, nondescript clothing she wore, splattered with paint and plaster. He put it into words in his mind, thinking that it was as if someone had used an ancient Roman statue as a mannequin in a thrift store. Entering the next room, the point was driven home further. These are some examples of my work, said Vandalia, reading her hands to encompass the large room, filled with at least a dozen statues of men and women. If you see anything you like, let me know, but I can do better for you. The doctor couldn't place the girl's subtle accent. If put to the test, he would have guessed Russian, but there was just something off about it. I was under the impression that I was here for the purposes of finding a girl, not a statue, he said, growing impatient. His host smirked. Many of them are girls, she said in an enraging, matter-of-fact tone. I understand your confusion, though. The ones in here are only examples. Too many flaws for the liking of their commissioners. Let's continue. She headed through the forest of statues to a doorway on their left. As Ellingson followed, she glanced at the stone figures. If she had carved them, the girl did indeed have talent. They were exquisitely detailed, but he found the lack of emotion on their faces off-putting. The dead expressions and closed eyes reminded him too much of the cadavers back in med school. Many of them had cracks and chips in them, flawed indeed. The small room of statues did nothing to prepare him for the next room. Welcome to my viewing room. Ellison's jaw dropped as he entered a long, narrow corridor filled to the near capacity with female forms. The statues stood along the sides of a narrow red carpet like a gauntlet stretching far to his right and around a curve.
Could you repeat the last few lines you said? Because Discord's been cutting you off.
God damn it.
I'm sorry, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I'm starting to feel like I'm not hearing the story anymore.
Alright. What was the last line you heard?
Something about there being chips in the statues.
Alright,
I feel like I heard something about that, but a lot of it was broken off.
Alright, here we go. If she had carved them, the girl did indeed have talent. They are exquisitely detailed, but he found a lack of emotion on their faces off-putting. The dead expressions and closed eyes reminded him too much of the cadavers back in med school. Many had cracks and chips in them. Flawed indeed. The small room of statues did nothing to prepare him for the next room. Welcome to my viewing room. Ellingson's jaw dropped as he entered a long, narrow corridor filled to near capacity with female forms. The statue stood along the sides of a narrow red carpet like a gauntlet stretching far to his right and around a curve. The very sizes and shapes and colors defied belief. A goddess-like figure of crystal rose towards the ceiling ahead of him. Across from her there was a statue of more normal proportions, but formed from pure black onyx. From monstrous to benign, the statues took on every shape imaginable. Had this one carved all of these? As he stepped into the hallway and looked around him, Vidalia stood at his side, a look of pride on her face. Impressive, aren't they? She asked. You made all of these? He asked, his voice a whisper. I did, she said. But these are for my personal collection. My workshop is this way. The doctor followed her down the hallway, his eyes never leaving the army of statues. He found his gaze straying away from their faces, though. The lifelike look in their eyes, some stone, some gems, sent a chill through him. A particularly demonic figure finally struck enough fear in him to turn his attention to his guide. Why am I in an art gallery, miss? Just Fidelia, she interjected. No, miss. Why am I in an art gallery, Fidelia? He continued. Your advertisement promising Your advertisement promised finding my perfect partner. Because she doesn't exist, Doctor, she said, turning her head and giving him a sidelong wink. But she will. You see, no one's perfect person exists in the real world. People have flaws. People have problems. That girl you see in your mind's eye, in your dreams, will never be a reality. I seem to notice that people fall in love all the time, though, said Ellingson as they reached the bend in the corridor. Turning a corner to the right, he noticed that the statues were becoming more normal. None of them towered above them or continued the inhuman traits of the others. People will not admit it, of course, said Vidalia. Simple infatuation will make them blind to most flaws, but they'll always see something, always know something they would make different, whether it's wishing they could be a better cook, hoping they would stop liking country music, wanting them to have a bigger, anatomy, or wishing they would stop frowning every time they caught their reflection in the window. Everyone has something they would change. I hear quite often from couples that they wouldn't change a thing about their partners, said the doctor. Lies, said Fidelia, her voice as cold as ice. Whether they know it or not, you make people seem shallow, said Ellison, apparently skepticism in his voice. On the contrary, she said, stopping and turning to face him. People may think they know what are superficial things they want, but they have to dig deep to find what they really want, what they really need. She moved closer and put a finger to Allison's chin, drawing his gaze up directly into her eyes. He had not noticed before that she was slightly taller than him. Her eyes shone an icy blue as she studied him. And I can tell exactly what they need, even if they cannot. She released his head and moved towards the line of statues to their side. And what do I need? He asked, catching his breath. An interesting case, to be sure, said his host. A doctor filled with fear and doubt, a man perpetually striving to be better, but you doubt he'll ever be good enough, right, Chuck? Now, wait a minute, said Ellison, his voice raising. Bedelia interrupted before he could continue. You've been betrayed before. His mouth hung open for a moment, and then snapped shut. You don't trust anyone, do you? I wonder what a man like that could use in his life. She ran her hand down the cavern. Hair draped across the shoulder of a statue to her left. She continued on a past a few more, running a finger over one's arm. Not the harlot, of course, she said, moving away from the figure over-sexualized to the point of ridiculousness. Too many bad memories, I would think. How do you know these things? He asked in his low voice. I try, said Vandalia. Perhaps the doting housewife? She moved towards a matronly figure that was like something out of an old sitcom. No, too unimpressive. You want something you can show off. Ellingson wanted to take offense. He wanted to say she was generalizing him. He couldn't. Not the trophy wife either, she said, bypassing a Safelt form that not have looked out of place on a fashion show runway. A bit one-dimensional, wouldn't you say? I would say as statues, they're all... Thank you! Jesus Christ! OBS. I don't understand why it was doing that.
I don't either. Oh, Bookworm is suggesting too much horror for Twitch. And OBS. Maybe Bookworm. Maybe.
Let's see. Oh. Video streaming issues are popping up a lot right now with Twitch.
Oh.
Jesus fucking Christ.
What?
Hundreds upon hundreds of reports of voice chat issues with Discord.
Oh, that makes sense actually.
Well then. Anyway, let me go back to reading the story. I would say as statues, they are all a bit one-dimensional, he replied. His host ignored him. Intellectual, adventurer, submissive, she said, walking by the next three. No, and no. What does this have to do with what I came here for? Asked Ellison. I'm not interested in adding to my art collection. That was not entirely true. Any one of the statues would be the masterwork of most artists. Unlike the earlier statues, the expressions on these were animated and intricate, some joyous and some heartbreaking. Perhaps, said Vandalia, stopping in front of the imposing statue, a beautiful and proud, its eyes on some fairway invisible horizon. A queen. Ellingson could see the royalty in the figure's bearing. He could barely stand up to look towards the fierce gaze blazing out of the stone eyes. He almost knelt. A bit too strong for you, Chuck, said Vidalia. But close. She leaned down slightly and looked into his eyes again, with a calculating gleam. Rubbing her chin lightly, a smile crept over her face. I think I know. And what do you think I need, Betty? He asked, stressing the nickname. It's simpler than I thought, she said. And more complicated at the same time. You need someone that can take the doubt and fear that drives and throws it out the window. Someone that can pull you back from the brink when you despair. Someone that can make peace with people when you're too you. Someone you would never in a million years add to your stress. You need an angel. Sounds too good to be true, said Ellingson. Now you're getting it, said Medelia, her eyes flashing as she shot a finger back towards him. It is too perfect to exist, but I can make it real. Goosebumps ran over Ellison's flesh as he listened to the sculptor in front of him spout madness. Even though he couldn't believe what she was saying, her eyes remained maddeningly lucid. She had seen people go insane before. She didn't have that look in her eyes. He decided to humor her a bit longer. It didn't help that he was afraid to turn his back on her. She motioned for him to follow again. A moment later, they reached the end of the statue-lined hallway and stood in a huge workshop. The walls appeared to be a solid marble. Vines and flowers climbed along every surface and filled planters along the edges. Dozens of huge blocks of stone surrounded them. The perimeter of the room was lined with pristine blocks of every type of stone one could imagine. In the center of the room, frames and ladders surrounded half-revealed, rough-hewn statues. Dust and debris littered the floor. Now, Chuck, she said, I wonder what type of stone your little angel could possibly be made of. She moved toward the edge of the room and began to study the massive hunks of rocks as carefully as she did the statues themselves. She ran a hand over one with a corpse-speckled surface. Granite? No, far too rough, too difficult. She moved on to a translucent white block. What are you feeling? What are your what are your feelings on marble? I don't have any feelings about marble, he said, getting tired of the act when she almost certainly knew what she wanted to use. No feelings? Well, we can't do that then. Too predictable anyways. A tan shaded stone was next. Sandstone, too, and permanent. She bypassed the next two without comment. You don't seem like an obsidian man, said Medelia, passing by a shimmering black pillar. What do you mean by that? Asked Ellingson. Too many sharp edges, said his guide with a leer. But this is something I can work with. She stopped in front of a block of snow-white stone. Seeing it, something about it intrigued the doctor. Perhaps it was the way the light reflected off of it, or the softness it excluded. But he stepped towards it and it slowly ran a hand down its surface. If he didn't know better, he would have thought it felt warm. He thought it felt a dull thud echo from inside it. What is it? said Ellingson. His voice awed. Alabaster, said Valdelia with a surprised glee. I like this one, he said. So, Dr. Chuck, said Valdelia, moving between him and the stove. I just need your confirmation, and we can continue the process of finding you your perfect woman. Do you put a woman through the same rigmarole when they call you looking for a man? Well, if you're into guys, I could take you down the other wing of my gallery. I don't judge. Sure you do, said Ellingson. He thought he was just turning around and leaving, his distrust of his host mounting, but he kept looking behind her at the towering ivory block of alabaster. He didn't know what drew him to it, but it was irresistible. He had stopped believing this was anything other than an elaborate con, but for some reason he had to see it out to the end. Clock's ticking, Doctor, she said. Fine, he said. I have no idea what the hell is going on here, but go ahead with whatever. How much is this going to cost me? A broad, sadistic grin grew on Vidalia's face. Only a drop of blood, Chuck. What? Without warning, she shot her hand towards him, fingers splayed. For a moment, he was unaware of what had happened, but he felt a sharp pain on his arm. Looking down, he saw that one of her fingernails had cut his arm. Blood was already beginning to flow from the wound. Before he could react, Medelia had put her finger on his arm, collecting a small amount of blood. What was that for? Roared Ellison, slapping a hand onto his wound. His host merely smiled. Witness the wonders of a dead world, Doctor, she said, lightly touching the crimson droplet to the flawless surface of the alabaster. He was about to yell more, but then something strange began to happen. From the spot where her finger had touched, veins of crimson began to sprawl along the stone, radiating outwards as he watched in awe. The lines sunk into the surface of the stone. Loud cracks echoed across the room as the veins of blood permeated the stone, leaving a web of fissures across its entirety. Fidelia backed away from the block as the sound began deafening staccato. Then all at once the noise stopped. What's happening? Asked Ellingson. The artist remained silent. He was about to ask again when the shattered stone of the block gave way all at once, collapsing to the floor and an ivory landslide. For a moment the air was thick with dust and he could see nothing. Then, as the air cleared, his jaw dropped as he saw the vision before him. A perfectly formed statue of a woman stood where a solid block had been just a minute before. He could not believe what he was seeing. Even compared to the masterpieces he had already seen, The sculpture was flawless. She stood in stark white glory, hands folded over her heart. A light flowing robe covered her body. Snowy curls surrounded a bowed face that seemed to be asleep, with eyes lightly closed and mouth slightly open. She's an angel. Oh wait, what's wrong voice? She's an angel, said Ellingson, giving him voice to his thoughts without realizing it. Ladies and gentlemen, I think he finally gets it, said Vandalia to an audience of statues. What now? He whispered, still frozen in amazement. Now you wake up. Oh, and I really should have mentioned that you only have 4 days. Sorry. Everything around him went black in an instant. Somewhere in the distance he heard a loud crack and the sound of his own scream. Charles Ellingson awoke to a blaring sound of his alarm clock. His eyes shot open, and he saw that he was in his own room, and it appeared that everything was normal. He slammed a hand onto the sleep button of the alarm clock and rolled over painfully in the bed. He took a few minutes to make sure he was in a real world again. He was never one to have dreams as vivid as the one he had just woken from, but it was supposed the night before must have gotten into his subconsciousness. Dragging himself out of bed, he felt a dull pain in his arm. He looked at it, almost expecting to see a scar, but he only saw a slight red mark. He must have banged it on something in his sleep. As he got ready that morning, he thought back to the day before. He had found an old flyer in the mall. As he got ready that morning, he thought back to the day before. He had found an old flyer in the mail somewhere called the Garden of Eden. It had promised their service would find a person's perfect mate, such as the girl in the dream had said. Vidalia, he muttered, half amused and half regretful. After another day of work in the plastic surgery center, he had been drained. Yes, some of his work was important and life-saving, but the majority of it he found uninspiring. At one time, fresh out of med school, he had passion. His faith in humanity had faded since then, though. After a few drinks that night, he had decided to amuse himself by calling the number on the flyer. He thought he would get a laugh out of it at least, although deep down he knew he wondered if it might actually result in him meeting someone. He had gotten neither, though, as the phone on the other end rang once, and then an automated voice informed him that the number had been disconnected. There was no winning. After another drink, he had stumbled to bed and passed out. Apparently, the combination of the two things had formed the insane dream. Ellingson was about ready to head out of the door of his spacious two-story home. When the doorbell rang, he sighed, put on his jacket, and went to see who it was. Apparently, he had not moved quickly enough because the doorbell rang 3 more times in quick succession. He hoped that this was important. Opening the door, he found a delivery man with an annoyed look on his face, standing beside a large crate. Do you want this package or not, buddy? Asked the man. Ellison looked at his shirt, hoping for a name tag, but finding only the name of the company, MPS. Apparently, customer service is not their strong point. What's in it? Asked the doctor. The crate was taller than he was. Not my job to know, said the delivery man. Just my job to get it here fast. I did that and more. The thing weighs a ton. Ellingson quickly signed for the package, and the man wheeled the crate into the center of his round entry hall, dropping it unceremoniously and heading for the door. You're not going to help me open it? Hell no, said the most unhelpful delivery man in the world before hurrying out to his truck. Ellingson closed the door as the vehicle sped out of the driveway. He thought about leaving it until that night to open. He was already going to be a few minutes late because of the delivery's horrible timing. While looking at the crate in the middle of the floor, curiosity crept into his mind. His only searching that morning was a facelift. It could wait. Not having a crowbar, he dug through the masses of tools in his closet before finding a large, heavy screwdriver and a hammer. He figured it would work well enough. Wedging it beneath the top of the crate, he was amazed how easily the thick plywood came apart. He set the hammer on the floor, finding the screwdriver worked well enough. As soon as he pried the last nail from the top board, the sides of the crate came apart and fell to the floor. His heart skipped a beat as before him in his own house he saw a statue of a woman carved from pure alabaster. The screwdriver slipped from his hand, and he was forced to steady himself on a pillar. His hands shaking, there was absolutely no mistaking the form from his dream that night before. The folded hands, flowing hair, the dress blowing in an imaginary breeze were all the same. He didn't know how long he stood staring before he came to his senses and noticed a small piece of paper among the fallen plywood. He steadied himself, picked it up, and saw one sentence written in an elaborate script. What you put into your work, put into her. The note was only signed with a large V. He thought he knew what that stood for. The word work snapped him back into reality for a moment. His eyes flicked to a clock on the wall next to him, and he saw that he would be at least half an hour late for work. He stared at the Snow White statue for a moment more, and then pulled himself away from her. He had to get away from this and get his head right. He had to focus on work. As he closed the door behind him, he hoped he could. The first opponent of 40-something socialite was, as expected, infuriated by his tardiness, but he could not care less. Although Steadyfield, Tennessee, where he lived, was not a small city, his plastic surgery center was the only one in it. Any others were hours away, and he was better than any of them anyways. So he believed, at least. He spent the entire pre-surgery process trying to forget about what he was waiting back at his house. He did as best as he could, and eventually his hands finally calmed. During the surgery, as usual, his focus was like a laser. Just because he didn't believe in what he was doing did not mean he was going to do a poor job. The job paid the bills. The surgery was almost completely uneventful until the very end. As he almost finished putting in the first stitch, his focus on how much smoother his patient's skin was when it reminded him of the unnatural smoothness of the angel in his entrance hall. His hand trembled for a moment, just enough to make him uncertain. Nurse, said Ellison, could you finish the stitches for me? She raised an eyebrow towards him. It was a strange thing for him to not do everything himself. I just remembered I have something very urgent to do. The nurse shrugged and took over. It was just as well. The one thing he had never learned how to do well was tie off the stitches. He was horrible with knots. A short while later, he was headed back towards his office when he ran into Kendra Goodson, his assistant. Miss Goodson, he said, stopping her in her tracks. How many appointments do I have this afternoon? Only 3, Miss Ellington, she said with a broad smile. Do you need me to shuffle them around? Just making sure, he said. I may need to leave early today. Anything I can help with? She asked eagerly. There was a hint of innuendo in her voice. Ellington sighed internally. Kendra's propensity for flirting with male coworkers was an ongoing saga that caused 2 employees to leave the center. For the last month, she had been the new object of her attention. Trying to persuade her to act professionally had been unsuccessful, and there were failed threats of a wrongful termination lawsuit if she was fired. To be fair, she was a fairly good assistant, so he just dealt with it. Never trust the pretty ones, he thought to himself. No, just some personal issues, he replied. The remaining 3 appointments were just consultations that went by in a blur. He meant to leave after the last one, but something kept him there. He wanted more time to think about what happened the night before. Before he knew it, it was actually past when he normally left and went to the gym. He decided to head to the pub a few blocks from the center. Maybe it would calm his nerves at least. It was almost 10 at night when Ellingson returned home and pulled into his driveway. His nerves had not settled as much as he had hoped. As he unlocked the door and pulled it open, the alabaster form greeted him. Walking towards it, he shut his eyes tightly, wondering if it would be gone when he opened them again. It didn't work. He leaned closer to her, stumbling slightly. He had not been that close to the statue before. It was even more remarkable up close. There was no trace of tool marks on the surface. The perception of softness was uncanny. A thought occurred to him that he had no reason for. He lowered his head towards her torso and turned an ear towards the hands over her chest. Carefully, he put his ear to the cold surface of the stone. He held it there for several minutes, wondering what he was doing. Then from somewhere deep within the stone, like something out of a dream, he heard it, the beat of a heart. He pulled away slowly, telling himself he had only imagined it. He didn't dare put his ear back to the stone. He began to retreat from the statue and head upstairs to his bedroom, but stopped a few steps away. What he did next, Ellison had no reason for. He turned timidly, approached the statue, and gave it a light kiss on the cheek. Realizing what he had just done, he abashedly hurried upstairs. It did not take him long to fall asleep. In his dreams, he saw a vision of a face he had not seen for an eternity. He felt the autumn breeze on his face as he walked down a sidewalk at Steadyfield Community College with a girl. She was quite plain, possibly a bit odd-looking, but he didn't care. He still loved that girl. The vision shifted to much later. It was the same girl, but she was now unrecognizable. A vision of artificial beauty. As she walked away from his door, she turned back for a split second to say something. Her lips parted. Ellingson thought he knew what he was about to hear. He was wrong. "May I presume you got my delivery?" Came a voice Ellingson had not expected to hear. The vision melted around him, and he saw Vandalia at the top of a short step ladder, painting a mural. He looked around and saw that he was in a far different room than he had been in his previous dream. His first observation was a complete lack of exits. The second was a bizarre structure in the center of the room. "Do you like it, Chuck?" asked the artist. "It's my newest project, a sanctum of the Western Crossroads. Normally old temples are the only place you'd find them, but I thought I'd make my own, even with a few personal touches." Ellison studied the object in the middle of the room. It was a pitch-black signpost with arrows spiraling downwards in every direction. His eyes tracked the direction of the arrows and saw that each one pointed to a section of the wall that had been sectioned off. All of them were blank except for the one that Fidelia was currently painting. "What does that mean?" he asked. She hopped nimbly down from the stepladder and landed without a sound on the stone floor. "The crossroads are where you go when you die, Chuck," she said, walking towards the post in the middle. "And then whatever afterlives you think you've earned show up on the arrows." She grabbed the post below the arrows and swung around it like a gleeful child. "Oh, so many possibilities. Nocturne, Vice, the Silver Green." She pointed towards empty sections of wall she listed supposed afterlives. "But this one is most interesting," she said, moving towards the section she had just finished painting. Ellingson followed her over to it. He saw an He saw an aerial view of a great chasm carved into a gray, darkened wasteland. It ran in a jagged ring around a huge tableland filled with trees and greenery. It's like a paradise being kept. Oh, what's wrong, person? It's like a paradise being kept away from the rest of the world, said Ellingson, enthralled by the painting from deep within the chasm. Blue and red light animated. This is perdition, said Vandalia. At least one of the perceptions of it. Everyone there sees it differently, but the key is that it's a ring. It's infinity. She hovered a finger over the chasm, indicating the hint of blue light coming from its depths. You see, for every good thing you did in life, you get a period of your own personal paradise. In the red, your own personal hell for all the bad things, she said, grinning. And then it repeats. So if you're a good person, Vandalia moved her finger along the chasm. The red turned to blue beneath her hand. You get a lot of good times. You can guess what happens to the bad guys, she said, moving her hand back and turning the light a burning crimson. What would your perdition be like, I wonder? All right, said Allison, not wanting to think about the question. What are you, and what am I supposed to do with the statue in my house? I'm an artist, Chuck, said Vidalia with a feigned exasperation. As for your little angel, I left you a note, didn't I? Don't tell me the big, important doctor didn't figure it out. That means you entirely wasted a day. Now you'll have to hurry up. Just tell me, yelled Ellingson. He grabbed the girl by the arm and spun her towards him. Whether she was just a dream or something else, he was becoming sure she wasn't quite human. He immediately regretted his actions as the large woman in front of him shook his hand off and in an instant had her hand around his throat. He felt his feet lift off the ground as Medelia loomed larger in front of him than he would have thought possible. She pressed his back to the wall, dead in the center of the landscape of perdition. He had heard that you did not feel pain in a dream. If that was true, it was no dream. Her fingers dug into his neck as he grasped for air. His lungs flailed helplessly, finding no respite. The artist, holding him, leaned closer, the infuriating grin never having left her lips. Bad move, Chuck, said Vandalia. In my studio, I run the show. Understand? He nodded as best as he could. Excellent. She dropped him to the ground, for he collapsed in a heap, gasping for breath. He had been right. She wasn't human. As for your question, she said, I guess I'll have to tell you. It wouldn't be sporting of me to leave you clueless. What do you put into your work, Chuck? Time, he muttered, rubbing his neck gingerly. Effort, resources. Think more metaphorically, she said. More physically. She bent down, rubbing one finger over his forehead. He recoiled at her touch. He waved the finger in front of his face. He saw a glint of moisture, and he suddenly understood. Sweat, he said. And blood. And tears, she said. I'll give you the last one as an apology for the unpleasantries there. I may have been a bit hasty. Chuck, you seem like an alright guy for the most part. She extended a pale hand down to him. He ignored it and struggled to his feet. So I have to put blood, sweat, and tears onto the statue? He asked. Yep, she replied. Put enough into her and she'll turn human. She'll be your perfect woman, made especially for you by the greatest artist to ever exist, me. It can't be from you, of course, and you can't kill anyone. That would encourage the wrong behavior. People slashing their wrist and all that messiness. And I have 4 days. 3 now. What happens after that? He asked, barely wanting to know. Well, then your little angel crumbles to dust, and you'll have nothing left, she said with a sigh. Nothing but a mess to clean up, and the mark of Eden on your soul. The hell is the mark of Eden? He asked, a chill running down his spine. Maybe I'll tell you next time, said Vandalia. See you soon, Chuck. She snapped her fingers, and lights went out. Ellingson might have imagined it, but for an instant he thought he could still see a streak of red emanating from the mural on the wall. Charles Ellingson woke up the next morning feeling as though he'd been hit by a truck. Like the day before, he told himself it was just a dream, but the tremors in his voice and his hand made it plain that he was beginning to doubt it was just in his head. Shifting to the side of the bed, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. He hurried out of the bed and into the bathroom, looking at his neck in the mirror. While there was no obvious wounds, he noticed a few red marks on his throat. They had not been there before. They looked like they had come from fingernails. After getting ready for work, he steadied himself before heading downstairs. He hoped he had just imagined getting the statue the day before. Maybe he would go down and there would only be empty tile in his entrance hall. He knew that'll be best, but a small voice deep down told him that he wanted it all to be true. If it required blood, sweat, and tears, so be it. Ellison quickly silenced that voice and went downstairs. There, just as it had been all of yesterday, was an alabaster statue waiting for him. His heart sank in his chest as he tried to avoid looking at it. As he moved towards the door, he had almost avoided it, but as he opened the door and went to close it behind him, his gaze landed square on the face of the statue. He froze in place. For a moment, he saw her as if she was really alive. Snow white hair would be a fiery red. Her skin would be pale, yes, but perhaps not as pale as alabaster. For eyes open, they would be sea green. No, they would be like emeralds, maybe a light blue. Ellison shook himself out of his reverie and slammed the door shut, harder than necessary. He saw his neighbor across the street give him an odd look as he also left for work. Ellison just smiled, nodded, and waved. Everything was perfectly normal, even though it was not. The day in the plastic surgery center went by quickly. Most of his cases were purely superficial, but there was one patient that had been there for minor facial reconstruction following a car accident. That was the sort of case that kept Ellison going, even if half of his job was giving wealthy clients larger breasts. There were also the people that actually needed help. As he left for the gym, he mused that those people might be the blue in his perdition. He pushed the thought out of his head immediately. There was no such thing as perdition. Normally, Ellingson spent about an hour at the gym after work, but that day he did not particularly want to go home. After 2.5 hours, he was sore, exhausted, and about to be kicked out at closing time. The next to last occupant of the gym was a short girl with a heavy, fake tan. Ellingson had her pegged as some kind of sorority girl. As she was wiping down the equipment she had just gotten off of, her cell phone began playing a loud pop song ringtone. Ellison raised an eyebrow as she answered the phone, grabbed her things, and scurried out of the gym, all while carrying a loud, animated conversation with whoever was on the phone. As he was getting ready to leave, he noticed that the girl had forgotten her towel and left it draped over the equipment. He deliberated between calling after her to tell her and just leaving it so someone else could deal with it. He settled on a ladder and packed up his things. Just about to leave when the dream from the night before came back to him. entire time he had been working out, he had been able to force everything from the previous 2 days from his mind, but it all came flooding back. What had that tall, creepy woman said again? Blood, tears, and sweat. Ellison looked back at the soiled towel draped over the seat of the side, while the two competing trains of thought battled in his head. His eyes scanned the area. There was for a moment no one watching, seeing no one. One side of the argument won out. He quickly grabbed the towel and walked out of the gym. He figured it would only take a small amount of sweat to prove that dreams were a complete fiction. Then he could safely ignore them, knowing he was safe from any kind of consequence, any kind of mark. When he got home that night, he threw his gym bag on the ground, bypassed the statue in his entryway, and acted as though everything was normal. He made a light dinner, cleaned up, looked over some case notes after watching the evening news, and prepared to head upstairs to bed. On the foot of the stairs, he stalled. He'd test the statue tomorrow, he had decided, or maybe he'd do it the next day. He had already put his foot on the first step when he pictured the icy blue eyes, long black hair, and sadistic grin waiting for him when he closed his eyes. He had to do it now. He had to be able to prove it was all bullshit before he went back to the Garden of Eden. Ellison steeled himself and walked over to his gem bag. A scent of sweat hit him as he opened it. For a moment he thought he might just wash the contents of the bag and be done with it. That moment was very fleeting. He grabbed the damp towel and marched over to the pale sculpture in the center of his entryway. He looked it over again and flawlessly, the beauty of it. His heart beat loudly in his chest. Finally, with a decisive stroke, he swept the towel over the frozen, snowy hair. He let the cloth hang at his sides as he stared. For a moment, nothing happened. He began to shake his head and turn away, knowing it was a farce, when he noticed something impossible. The pale stone he had touched with the towel slowly turned to off-white. Then it turned pink. Finally, it turned a vivid crimson. Ellison's entire body trembled as he thought the cloth to the statue again. He sprayed it over wildly and touched it to the figure's hair, as if he was drying it, removing it. A burst of stone hair slowly turned red, like a fire spreading throughout the stone forest. Looking closely, he could see that the hair still stood rigid like stone, even as a fiery red ran across the hair, falling down her back. With his hands shaking almost uncontrollably, he raised the towel above her in two hands and wrung it. A stream of sweat, far more than he would have expected, fell onto the alabaster form. As the liquid struck her, the hair softened and fell like water around her face. Allison's breath caught in his throat as a droplet ran down her forehead and over one eye. It continued down her face like a teardrop. Where it ran, the stone turned from ivory to the color of flesh. Allison's courage finally broke and he jumped back from the stone form. His back struck a pillar and he began to breathe heavily, his head spinning. He could see the statue's hair flowing in some impossible breeze. He could not believe it. It couldn't be real. As he continued to hyperventilate, the world around him grew fuzzy. His eyelids lowered with an angel in front of him. Darkness took him. Another vision of past came to him in his dreams, walking into a classroom at Steedville Community College, shaking hands with a man that would quickly become his mentor, thinking that perhaps not being able to afford going to his dream college wouldn't be so bad after all. The village shifted to the future where he saw the same professor being led away in handcuffs by the police. It was never made public exactly how much he had stolen from the college, but rumors set the number very high. Ellison made eye contact for a fraction of a second before turning away and storming into the lecture hall. The room he entered was very definitely not one he remembered from school. A now familiar figure loomed in front of him. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice revealing that he was ready to believe the answer. "I'm Vandalia," she replied. "I don't think you have forgotten my name already, Chuck." She smirked and walked away. Ellison realized he was back in the workshop. she had originally taken him to. The artist himself had approached one with the half-finished statues in the center of the room and began to work on it with a chisel. You know what I mean, he asked, catching his breath and approaching her. What are you? I'm glad you at least got her hair done, said Vandalia, ignoring him. I mean, that red. It would have been a shame if you never seen that. You really have got to see the backside of her, though. Talk about a masterpiece, if you don't say so myself. What are you? Screamed Ellingson, his voice echoing through the workshop like thunder. What is this freak show? Mandelia's expression turned sour at the outburst. Fear replaced anger in him immediately. He should not have done that. If you're going to be rude, said Vandalia, I'll have to teach you a thing or two. With a swift motion from her hand, a vine running along the wall snapped off of the surface and whipped towards him, wrapping around his wrist. Lara flicked, his other hand was caught in the same manner. Within seconds, his body was entangled in vines and being lifted off the floor. Even through the terror, he couldn't help but be thankful there was no hand around his throat. I am an artist, said Mandelia, moving towards him. She seemed to grow larger with every word and every step. I was the greatest shaper of flesh in the entirety of the frozen garden. Her skin began to grow paler and more like stone. I am the hand of Eden. You could tell how tall she had become, and she stood eye to eye with him, dangling in the air of workshop. I am the aspect of creation. At her last word, the flesh that had become so much like stone fractured cracks, spreading like a web, the noise echoing through the workshop. From the crevices across her skin, small veins began to emerge. Her hair, long enough to reach the floor, began to move of its own accord. Ellingson, usually abashed and reserved, let loose a scream that could not be contained. A lock of jet black hair shot upwards and wrapped around him, face suffocating his cries. The aspect put a finger to her cracked lips and quietly shushed him. I told you, she said. I'm in charge here. Please be quiet. The lock of hair released from his head and lightly floated back towards the floor. I understand your surprise, but I'm not going to hurt you. Well, except for the thing last time. And the vines might be a bit tight. Sorry. What the hell does that mean? Whispered Ellingson, careful not to raise his voice. The aspect of creation? Walsher's voice rubbed her chin for a moment, meandering away from him. That, she said, is a long answer, but I think we have time. She turned back towards him and crouched down, resting on her haunches. He couldn't help but notice that her clothes, which had been baggy before, now stretched taut over her entire form. You see, Chuck, there used to be cities, and there used to be living gods in those cities. Then the gods died. Very sad. She got up and circled a statue of an androgynous figure that had to be one of the gods she was talking about. Then something brought the gods back to a sort of half-life. And to keep this half-life going, they needed souls. How do you get souls? Said Ellingson, barely audible. That's where the aspects come in, she replied. We go around looking for people who want to play our games, or in my case, wait for them to come to us. He remembered the number that he had drunkenly called, hoping for his perfect partner. And once they have agreed to the test, they're pretty much our playthings. Sometimes people pass the test, they get to keep living their little lives, sometimes with a parting gift. The ones that fail, the mark of a god is stamped onto their souls, said Vandalia, her voice somber. And we die he asked. The aspect smirked. Eventually, yes, she said. But surprisingly, most aspects just let you keep on living. You'll die one day, and when that happens, the mark makes your soul go right to the Eden, or Soturus, or Satanatus, whoever. And the shadow gods keep going and going and going. Bendelia snapped her fingers. The vines around Ellingson let loose all at once. He dropped to the ground but landed on his feet, barely keeping his balance. Looking up, he found the aspect bent down, huge blue eyes a foot away from his breath caught in his throat. Any more questions, Chuck? What happens then? Said Ellingson, forcing the words from his mouth. What happens without a soul? Oh, Chuck, she said, shaking her head and bringing a finger up towards his chin. You don't really want to know. The tip of her finger cracked open, and a vine extended from it. The winding plant crawled up his jaw line and around his neck like a snake. His courage, already near its breaking point, finally vanished. He tore the vine from around his neck. He ran. Adrenaline fueled him as he sprinted out of the workshop and into the gauntlet of statues. The eyes of statues followed him as they flew by, shifting in stone faces and driving him onward. His heart felt like it was about to beat out of his chest as he reached the end of the hallway and raced through the entrance hall filled by statues with dead faces. He saw a wooden door at the other side without a second thought. He threw it open and stepped out into the dead world. Ellingson found himself in a monstrous cavern. The sound of thundering water echoed off of frozen stone walls. High above him, the roof of the space looked like solid ice, allowing cold blue sunlight through, softly lighting the cavern. Below his feet, he could feel half-rotted planks of wood. Looking down, he could see through the holes of an ancient boardwalk and into an infinite abyss below. As a crack appeared in the wood beneath his feet, he jumped backwards and into the doorway of the studio, forgetting the danger and praying for solid footing. From that relative safety, he gazed out into the dimly lit city. It became apparent that the building he had just vacated sat on a huge elevated platform hanging above a gaping sinkhole. His eyes followed a great waterfall up the wall of the pit into an underground river flowing through a crumbling metropolis. Stone towers rose up towards an icy ceiling. Cascading tributaries wove their way through the ruins, and there, on an island at the very center of it all, a brilliant emerald garden sprouted in the faint light of the frigid grotto. As he looked more carefully, Ellingson saw that every flower, branch, and blade of grass was coated in a layer of shimmering ice.
I stopped hearing you.
What?
I stopped hearing you.
Okay. Where?
But I did hear the what.
Heard what?
I heard you say what. I guess that means Discord stopped doing whatever it was doing. Sorry.
I don't see where I said what.
After I poked you, you said what?
Oh.
So literally after you stopped reading, it stopped misbehaving.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know why that frustrates me. Sorry.
Do I need to reread anything?
When you got to the island outside the ice, something about a blade of grass started cutting on and off there, so uh,
Alright. Hold on. And there, on an island at the very center of it all, a brilliant emerald garden sprouted in the faint light of the frigid grotto. As he looked more carefully, Ellingson saw that every flower, branch, and blade of grass was coated in a layer of shimmering ice. "Behold," said a familiar voice from behind him, "the frozen garden of earthly delights, the ancient city of Eden." Ellison knew he should be afraid. He knew he should probably be running out onto that boardwalk and into the dark frozen city. But he had just noticed shapes moving along the ruins, shapes that shouldn't be moving. They weren't all human. "What are those things?" said Ellingson, not daring to turn around. "The wealth of Eden is in magical stones," said Vandalia. Her voice tinged with disturbing unease, came from a lower point than he expected. "They were said to hold power of one of the makers of the universe, life itself. When used on flesh and blood, the stones could heal almost any alignment short of death. When used on a statue, it could breathe life. It could breathe life into the very stone." "Why do they look like that?" "At first, you see, they were used by great artists," she said. "They made living art greater than anything ever seen. Then, as things always do, they were used for darker, stranger things." "Like what?" "You're standing in the red light district of Eden, Chuck," said Medelia. "The stone brothels of Eden could make anyone with money anything they desired and then bring it to life." "My God," said Ellison, noticed several of the shapes of the bridges connecting the solid ground with the floating platform. He could see them much more clearly. He wished he couldn't. Some he could tell were bizarre works of art. Others he could see were created as nightmarish sex dolls. A horrifying few could have been either. "Do you remember how I told you the gods are now dark versions of themselves?" asked Vandalia. "Yes," he replied, his voice quaking. "Most of them cast dark shadows while they were still living." Ellison barely heard her. A huge construct had come around the corner of Vandalia's studio and moved towards them, towering above them, eyes, mouths, and appendages covered. A pillar of living stone. "I think that's enough, don't you?" The sun shining through the ice above him went dark for a moment. He could still hear the thunder of the waterfall and the shuffling of stone that was not quite stone. Ellingson came to on the floor of his entryway, his entire body aching. He saw a puddle of sweat on the cold tile, feeling something digging into his back. He reached beneath him and pulled out a hammer that was still sitting on the floor. He tossed it across the room. It had to stop. Whatever was happening to him had to stop. He wouldn't survive any more nights like this. He forced his eyes open and he saw an alabaster statue with crimson hair sitting in the center of the floor. There was only one way to stop it, he finally believed. That day at work was like a blur. He was sure at the end of it that he had done at least 2 surgeries and had met with several people, but damned if he could remember any of it. Reality was like a blur. It was like a real world was the dream now. Those minutes or hours in the stationery and a dead city beneath the ice felt so much more real. But he still had a job to do, one that had nothing to do with the living. It was the only thing that was important. At the center closed that night, Ellison remained behind. He waved the nurses and receptionist goodbye. His assistant, Kendra, gave him an odd look, knowing that it was unlike him to stay late. She stalled at as the other employees left and approached him in an instant they were alone. I noticed something bothering you, Dr. Ellingston, she said. Something serious. You know I'm always here if you need to talk to anyone. She said closer to him to put a hand on his shoulder. Looking into her dark blue eyes, the doctor almost gave in and told her everything. Maybe someone else in the real world told him just how crazy he was. It would break the spell hanging over him. Instead, he brushed her hand off of him and turned to walk back to his office. Why are you like this? Kendra said from behind him, the strain in her voice barely contained. All I try to do is help you, Charles. Silence hung in the room for half a minute before he turned back towards her and spoke. Do you know why I became a plastic surgeon, Miss Goodson? He asked after getting no reply, other than a blank stare. He continued. I had a girlfriend back in school that was quite plain, to say the least. I was happy. She wasn't. She got a lot of work done one summer, came out looking like a model, someone else altogether, but she was happier. I thought I could do the same thing and make people happy like that. You do that, said his assistant. Come to the end of last semester, right before I started my residency, it all fell apart. Turns out she'd been cheating on me for years. For a while, I blamed a new face. That's your big revelation? Asked Kendra. Never trust the pretty ones? No, said Allison, because whatever she turned into was there all along, with or without the face. The lesson is not to trust anyone. With that, his assistant sneered, spun around, and marched out of the office. As she made her way to the parking lot, Allison reflected on the part he hadn't said, the part that really drove the point home. During that last night, he told her she was the same as his professor after he stole all that money. Out on the sidewalk, she stormed out. She spun around and threw one last dagger. Who do you think paid for all of this? She had asked, motioning to her face. As soon as the taillights to the last car had disappeared down the street, he made his way to their blood storage. As he opened the refrigerator, he eyed the bags of blood hungrily. He felt like some sort of vampire or ghoul, but desperate measures had to be taken. As he felt the cool air strike him, he began to pull out the plastic bags of crimson liquid and place them gently into the gym bag he had brought with him. He knew he couldn't take too many or someone would quickly notice, but he couldn't take too few. He had to finish this tonight. He couldn't take any chances. He couldn't have to go back to that cursed studio any more than need be. He stopped after taking 3 of the bags out. Would it be enough? I wonder how many variables could be in play. What if someone had died and it did nothing? He swallowed hard and grabbed the 4th bag. His eyes flitted over the contents of the refrigerator one last time as he closed it, hoping it was enough. Pulling himself away from the blood storage, he grabbed his gym bag and walked briskly towards the exit of the building. It wasn't long before he was back in his home, and paranoia took over again. He closed the blinds on every window in the house. He turned on exactly the right number of lights it took to look as though he was simply having a normal, relaxing evening, not wanting to be disturbed. He thought about turning off his phone, but would that seem suspicious if someone called him? He briefly thought about how he would explain how he met the strange woman who was suddenly living with him. He couldn't just hide her inside the house. He had to see her in the sunlight. As 100 questions swirled inside his head, he finally made his way back to the entrance hall, where, sitting on the tile around his angel, were 4 black bags of blood. He gripped the chef's knife in one hand, deciding that subtlety had gone out the window at this point. He knelt in front of the statue that would soon not be a statue. It was more than freeing this girl from the stone. It was more than preventing his soul from being consumed by a half-dead god. It felt like his redemption. It felt like what his entire life had been leading to. Slowly, dramatically, like a ritual in a long ruined temple. He lifted the knife, then the first bag of blood, and slashed through the top. He lifted the open bag above the alabaster form and poured. The blood seeped down through the crimson hair and over the stone face. As it did, Ellingson saw the liquid begin to absorb into the stone, disappearing within seconds. The face that, aside from that thin streak, had just been pure white, was now the color of pale skin. Being unable to resist, he put a finger to one cheek. It still felt like stone. He grabbed the next bag. At the second application of blood, the change in color continued down the torso of the statue. The hands folded over her heart looked almost alive. Half of the thin robe she wore had changed to a light gray. Ellison had to resist touching her again. There was still too much stone, too much that could be damaged. Please, he whispered softly to the empty room. Please let this work. Again, he snatched open the plastic bag and lifted it over the statue as the crimson droplets rained down the stone skin once again. Her legs, barely visible beneath the flowing robe, lost their ivory tone. Robe itself brightened into a bright silver, shimmering in the light of chandelier high above the entryway. Ellison backed away and took in the form in front of him. The snowy white of the alabaster had been completely erased. The only colors remaining were the pale tone of the skin, and the shiver of her garments, and the brilliant red of her hair. The doctor grabbed the final bag of blood off the ground and slashed it open, his heart beating like a drum. As soon as the stream touched the statue, the crystal clear transformation flowed like water from top to bottom. The stone gave away as the flesh softened and the fabric of the robe draped. Fluttering to the floor, Ellison backed away as the stone cheeks flushed with color. He knelt on the floor in front of his angel and watched her eyes, waiting for them to open at last. He waited and waited and waited. Nothing was happening. Ellison's entire body quaked, panic inches from setting in. He pulled himself closer and brought his face close to the hands folded across her chest. He slowly turned his head and placed his ear on them, listening closely. He could feel that the outer surface had turned to flesh, but just beneath it there was still unyielding stone. That was not what he was searching for. From much nearer than before, just beneath the surface, a heart softly beat. He frantically looked around him on the floor, praying that one of the bags still contained even a droplet of blood. He grabbed one after another, gazing at the clear plastic and grasping them as if they squeezed the blood from nothingness. The final bag fell to the floor with a dull plop, and the panic finally came. Whatever strength Ellison had left in his legs left all at once, and he fell to the floor, narrowly avoiding hitting the figure standing vigil in the center. A nonsensical babbling left his mouth as he stared up at the shining crystals of the chandelier above. He could feel the last day closing in. Anything that could happen that would ruin everything. He might get arrested for stealing blood. He might be in a car accident. Hell, he could even oversleep. His eyes jumped from the light above the pale-faced statue hovering over him. The peaceful countenance, even as motionless as stone, brought him back to the semblance of sanity. He did the only thing he thought might help. "I'm sorry," muttered Ellison to the girl beside him. "I'm sorry I didn't bring you to life. You can forgive me, right?" He almost thought he could see a flicker of motion, of assent. "Of course you can," he said. "You're an angel after all." He took a deep breath, and panic began to subside. "The story of my life, you know," said Ellison. "Nothing's ever good enough. Always one step away from perfect. I don't want to be a plastic surgeon in the beginning. I wanted to be a heart surgeon. I wanted to save thousands of lives and be that doctor everyone wants to be their doctor." He stayed there, lying on the floor and looking up at the closed eyes. "Top of my class," he said. Not that it's hard in Steadville, but still, I got accepted to John Barron's University. I had everything in the palm of my hand. Everything except money. My parents said it was too expensive and the Stateville Community College would give me a full scholarship. Guess where I ended up? Right back in this pit of a town that I wanted out of. Ellison finally picked himself off the floor and sat there beside the statue. The wavering in his hands and voice had almost left entirely. And after everything that happened, the scandals, the drama, the bullshit, where do you think was the only place that would hire me? That's right. The prodigal son returns. He reached out to touch her again, but thought better of it. I should give you a name, said Ellison. But not yet. When you open your eyes and see me, first thing I'll do will be to give you a name, I promise. With that he stumbled upstairs and headed for bed. If he had listened closely, he might have heard the beating heart beneath the alabaster flutter when he mentioned giving her a name. Ellison wasn't afraid when he found himself back in Videlia's sanctum of the crossroads. He was past fear. He stormed through the room towards where she was putting the finishing touches on the bottom of a mural, back to the form he had originally met her in. He noticed that every other space on the wall was already painted. You're really close there, she said without taunting him half-heartedly. Why do I suspect that it's not a coincidence that I was that close to making her real? Are you accusing me of something? Asked Vandelia. Of course not, said Ellison, arms crossed and eyes defiant. So back to normal. No stone skin, no vines. Would you like that? Asked the girl, turning around and gently putting down her paintbrush. No, I don't particularly like doing that. It's only for effect once in a while. She walked over to him and turned around, admiring the finished painting. And what's this one? He asked. Glorygon, she said softly. They are for life of heroes, kings, and saints. The mural depicted a shining gilded sheet lined with elaborate flat palaces and enormous mansions, all pure gold, all sitting beneath a pitch-black sky. I like it better than Perdition. I'll give you that. Oh, wrong one. I like it better than Perdition. I'll give you that, said Ellington. Got a chair? I think I'll just close my eyes and wait to wake up this time. Vandelia smirked briefly and then produced a small step ladder. Will this work? She asked. There was something different about her compared to the previous visits. She seemed more human. Works for me, said the doctor. Thanks. Don't mention it, said the artist, and he took a seat. For a moment, both of them were silent. Ellison glanced over once more at the newest painting. It was gorgeous. I wanted to go to Glorygon, said Vandelia quietly, sitting on the floor and leaning against the signpost in the center of the floor. That's why me and my sister came to Eden, to be the greatest artists of all time, to find our glory. You're human? Asked Ellison, shock in his voice. In Eden? All aspects were human once, she said. And I was an artist, but my sister was always better than me. The critics loved her. They said she was the greatest, and no matter how well I did, I got judged against her. Her paintings were the most insightful. Her statues were the most flawless, so I made a change. You stopped being an artist? He asked. Not really, she replied. I packed up shop in the art district and moved to the center of the platform here. I started the greatest stone brothel Eden has ever known. I may not have been able to make things as pretty as my sister, but I can make things that people wanted. I can make things that people would pay for. So while she was busy being a great starving artist, I was over here ranking in money for giving people whatever freakish thing they desired. Was it worth it? Asked Ellison. The girl deliberated for a moment before answering. Maybe I still could have found a way to Glorygon, she said. Maybe I could have looked Eden in the eye and told her I wouldn't help her take souls. Maybe I could have asked for help. She swallowed hard. It wasn't worth it. Silence hung in the air. Allison asked the question she hadn't answered the last time he needed to know. What happens if I lose my soul? She closes her eyes, sighed, and smiled darkly. When you reach the western crossroads, part of your soul is the price you pay to gain entrance to an afterlife. Same part that the gods consume under the mark. And if you can't pay the price, there's only one path open. What is that? asked Ellison, already knowing full well. Perdition, said Vandalia. And for people that seek out the aspects, especially those that fail their test, perdition is rarely merciful. Gods help me, he whispered. The gods don't help anyone anymore, she said. Those days vanished 12,000 years ago. And what about you? Asked the doctor. I've helped too much already, said Vandalia. Eden doesn't like losing souls. Go, Dr. Ellison. Go back home and get your angel, and maybe look into a new profession. You don't seem very happy right now. That morning, Ellison woke up feeling more rested than he had in years. He was still nervous, of course. He would be cutting his time close, but at least he had hope. He had purpose. Fear was a distant memory as he got ready for work and headed to the door. As he passed the figure in the entryway, he gave a small kiss on the cheek and whispered farewell. Perhaps soon he would get a reply while doing the same thing. He was cautious entering the center, watching the eyes of the employees. He wanted to make sure no one was watching him out of the corner of their eye. If they had caught him stealing blood the night before, all bets were off. But making his way to his office, he was greeted normally by everyone. As he sat down at his desk, he was already looking forward to leaving that night with one final prize. Then there was a brisk knock at the door. "Come in," said Ellison, forcing his voice to be steady. His assistant Kendra entered the office and quickly closed the door behind her. Ellison's blood went cold. One of the nurses noticed that we seemed to be missing a few units of blood this morning, Doctor, she said. A gleam in her eye told him that this was not going to go well. So I thought to myself, who do I know that has been acting oddly all week? Rage began to build in Ellison's chest. He should have fired this girl a long time ago. So I took a peek at the security tapes from last night, and guess who I saw going to and from the blood storage with a big bag? There's an explanation for that, I can assure you, said Ellison, trying to come up with an explanation. Then in an instant a plan came to him. He would have to play it perfectly, but he could salvage the day, he thought. I'd love to hear it, said Kendra. Or else I might have to turn you in, unless, of course, you can make it worth my while not to. He suddenly felt no qualms about his new plan. If you must know, he said, I've been experimenting with a new treatment at home that can almost reverse the effects of aging. I need blood samples to test my theory on. If it works, I'm going to make millions on it. You can't tell anyone. Seeing the look in her eyes, he had no doubts that this was going to work. I want in, she said. Or else I'm turning you in for stealing medical supplies. If this works, no one would care about a few packs of blood, he countered. Get out of my office. I'll tell them you're sexually harassing me, she said. I'll say we're sleeping together. No one here will believe you. It doesn't matter if they do, said Kendra. When the authorities come in, it'll be my word versus the thief's. You wouldn't even be able to stomach what I'm doing, said Ellison, his voice like ice. Try me, she said. Let's go see it. Now? Yes, now, she said. I'll follow you to your house. Ellison sighed and got up, a metaphorical gun to his head. Two of them exited the office and headed for the exit. As they went to their receptionist's desk, the doctor briefly told him to cancel his appointments for the next hour. It might be longer than that if things went according to plan. Behind him, Kendra leaned over and whispered into the receptionist's ear. "We've got some business to attend to," she said, winking. Ellison saw her plan. She wanted everyone to know that they had left together in the middle of the day. If he really did have a money-making treatment, it built up her extortion scheme. If she had happened to disappear, well, he'd be the only suspect. It was a smart plan. In fact, there was only one flaw in it. She didn't know he had nothing to lose. Nothing except his soul. She followed him back to his house in her car. She had apparently had time to plan this out and did not trust them to ride in the same car. Accidents could happen. As they exited their vehicles and headed for the door, she got a final jab. It would be her last. "Remember Charlie," she said, making his blood simmer. "If anything happens to me, they'll know it is you. So just let me see what this $1,000,000 idea is. We can get on with our lives, okay?" "She'll be right inside," said Ellison, holding the door open. "Ladies first." Kendra gave him a doubtful look, but assured in her plan. She stepped into the entryway. Only a square of light from the door was illuminated. The window blinds are still shut tight. She took a few steps inside. "You have lights in here, right?" she said impatiently. "Which way is it?" "Right in front of you," said Ellison, flicking on the lights and shutting the door behind them. He silently clicked the lock, and the entrance hall was suddenly illuminated. As Beauty stood perfectly still, with hands folded, only feet in front of Kendra, her jaw dropped slightly in disbelief. "This is your stupid project?" she yelled. "This is a statue. This is—" Her voice caught in her throat. As she studied it further, she had initially seen it as a normal statue due to its stillness, but as her eyes made her way down her form, Ellison knew she was seeing the softness of the skin, the silver swaying in the air. She was so awestruck by it that she didn't hear the faint sound of metal scraping tile. "What is this, Ellison?" said Kendra, her voice hushed. "Is this a real girl? Why is she like that?" She turned around to find the doctor with a chef's knife leveled at her throat. The blade was still stained by a few drops of dry blood. The steel glinted in the light. "That is my angel," he said. "And now you're going to head into the kitchen, and we're going to talk." Kendra's eyes went wide as she saw the intensity in his eyes. She had no idea what was going on anymore. Her plan had fallen apart. The doctor led her into his kitchen and made her sit in one of the high-backed chairs. He swiftly opened a drawer and grabbed a roll of twine, the only thing he could think of. As fast as he could, he grabbed her arms, yanked them behind the chair, and tied them as toughly as he could. "I apologize for my poor hospitality, but you have really put me in a bind here," he said, not intending the pun, but snickering nervously anyways. "You see, this is the last day I have to make her real. I've done so much already, but I need more." "More what?" "Blood, sweat, or tears," said Ellison. "I'll take what I can get. I don't suspect I have much time thanks to your little act." He grabbed the back of the chair and dragged her into the entrance hall a couple of meters from the angel. "All it would have taken was one more day, but you could not leave well enough alone." His voice raised to a maniacal pitch. "You're insane!" screamed Kendra. "Blood is not going to make that thing come to life." "She was stoned yesterday morning," said Ellison, swinging around the chair and looking her dead in the eyes. "Pure white stone. And look at her now." Tears had begun to well up in Kendra's eyes, fear and inevitability settling in. He spun around towards motionless form. He could almost hear its heart beating in anticipation. She wasn't going to judge him for this. She knew it was necessary. She didn't want to crumble to dust. Where did you get that thing? In a dream, he said, speaking like it was in a trance. In an artist's studio in a faraway city, in a dream. I got it from a place where there are half-dead gods and living fetish statues and afterlives with golden streets. He fell to his knees in front of the figure and looked at the still closed eyes. I really need to think of the name first. I don't suppose you have any suggestions, eh? He turned around and gave Kendra a questioning glance and found the chair empty. The kitchen twine bottom floor. It was really horrible with knots. Before he could act, a massive blow came from the back of his head. Lights exploded in his skull and the world began to blur. He slumped forward, his arms flailing. He barely registered that one of his hands had lashed onto the wrist of the frozen angel. Blinding fear filled him as he tumbled backwards onto the floor, dragging her with him. He was almost ecstatic when the heavy weight of stone landed fully on his torso. He could feel at least one broken rib, but there was not a crack on her. The room was beginning to fade as he saw a hammer hit the floor out of the corner of his eyes. He saw Kendra hovering over him and his love, hands over her mouth. In a state of shock, as she stood shaking, tears fell from her eyes and landed in silver fabric. In final seconds before his vision faded to black, Ellison felt the weight of stone on him lighten. He heard a breath being taken and a torso swell. He felt the fevered beating of a heart that was not his own, and at that, in the last instant before the room dissolved entirely, he saw the flash of bright green eyes opening for the first time. The sorrow in them broke his heart. He awoke to a familiar studio with marbled walls and climbing vines. As he looked around, he was surprised to see that the massive stone blocks and half-finished statues were nowhere to be seen. Looking to the center of the room, he saw Vandalia leaning against a towering statue that he recognized immediately. It was the same one he had seen in an entryway each of his last 4 days. However, this one was still a snowy white. Well, said Vandalia, you got your girl, Chuck. She smirked coldly. I'm impressed. I'd be more impressed if you hadn't kidnapped a girl to do it, or if you hadn't gotten your skull broken in the process. But hey, where credit is due. That's it. Asked Ellison. I'm not marked? No, she said, licking a finger and wiping a blemish off the statue. You won. Eden, nothing. So why am I back here? He asked. Have you taunted me enough? I just feel kind of sorry for you, Chuck, said Vandalia. I wanted to offer my condolences. Why? He asked. Because I'm probably going to be locked up now. She'll wait for me. I know she will. Just let me out of this goddamn dream world so I can see her. Oh, she'll wait for you. I have no doubt about that, said the aspect, looking at the floor, avoiding his gaze. But this isn't a dream. What is it? Asked Ellison, his heart turning as cold as the walls of Eden. You took a big shot to the head there, said Vandalia. You won't be waking up from this one. Wait, he said. Wait. I doubt you'll survive much longer, she continued. So I thought I'd give you a memorial of your perfect woman. She backed away and threw both hands at the ivory statue in a dramatic fashion. This can't be happening, said Ellison. I put too much into this. This was going to change everything in my life. It did, said Vandalia. Just not how you expected. I'll leave you two alone. The aspect of creation began to head for the door, leaving the doctor the image of his love, but stopped just at the threshold. Charles? What? He asked, faint moan glimmering. If you happen to see a blank sign on the western crossroads when you reach it. She began. Yes? Wait, said Vandalia. Just wait. Eventually she'll be along. The silver green will call. What does that mean? Said Ellingson, only to find himself alone in the studio with his statue. He stumbled over, feeling his head and ribs throb with pain. He knelt. He leaned his head against the folds of stone robe, and he screamed. He didn't stop screaming. In the hallway of the Steadfield Hospital, a police officer walked down the hall and nudged another that was waiting by the door to a patient room. "How's the scumbag?" he asked. "Internal bleeding in his head, they think," replied the second officer. "Broken rib did something in his guts, too. They don't think it's gonna last too much longer." "Serves the best, right," said the first officer. "Kidnaps the girl who was having an affair with, ties her up and threatens to kill her. Yeesh, how's the girl doing?" She gave her state and then went home about half a second later," said the second. "Looks like she'd seen a ghost the whole time. How does a piece of work like this guy get these girls?" "Girls? Girls?" "Yeah, the guy's girlfriend came in about an hour ago. He said poor thing looked like she'd been hit by a train. She's still in there with him. Really, though, how's he got a girl like that? She looks like a goddamn angel." In the hospital room behind him, a slender figure stood vigil over the motionless form of Charles Ellingson. As he lay dying in the bed, the dim light of fluorescent bulbs illuminated her hair like fire. The flickering green of life support monitors shone off of the skin like alabaster. Moonlight flowing through the blinds reflected off of eyes that glowed like emeralds. She didn't speak. She didn't touch him. She never learned how to mourn or comfort or console. She hadn't been alive that long. She just did what she had always done. It was the only thing she knew. She waited and watched and wished she had a name. And that's it.
I really, really wish the bitch got killed.
It ended on a really sad note.
Yeah, it did.
But it was pretty good.
It was, but also I still wish that one bitch got killed. Because the doctor wanted to be better, but she didn't even want to be good. She never wanted to be good. He tried his best, even though he failed, he tried.
Yeah.
God dang. She wanted money and she wanted beauty, but she didn't want to be good.
Mm-hmm. So yeah. So now it's Bookworm's turn. You get to choose the next story. The Strange Glow, Polybius, Ted the Caver, Turn It Off, Bedtime, Psychosis, or Robert the Doll. Strange Glow. This one will take 24 minutes to read. I think I'll go. Let's see, how many stories I got left? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I don't know if we'll be able to get through all of these tonight. Definitely not Ted the Caver. Because that's like almost 2 hours, like 86 minutes long story. But I'm still doing like today. I'm gonna do Apex at the beginning, then do horror stories. So it's gonna be the same thing. All right. All right. So, anyways, let's get on to the story. The strange glow. My grandfather has been acting very strange lately and has begun sleepwalking again. For this reason, it was suggested to me by my parents that I write a journal to keep myself busy and to keep track and document my grandfather's behavior here. They will be away in Europe for the next 2 weeks, so while they are away, my grandfather's well-being will be my sole responsibility. Now back to what I was saying. He's been very odd lately and has been displaying signs of dementia as well. He had been repetitively telling me that they are after him and that they will find him soon. As expected, I asked who they are, to which he has two responses: I don't know, while the other response is complete silence and confusion. These are obvious signs of paranoia. I'm not a psychologist, but I can imagine these thoughts are coming from a place of both age and trauma. Trauma in the form of war, for he survived World War II as a dive bomber fighting the Japanese, and experienced much combat and lost many friends. After the war, he continued to serve in the Navy as a training pilot in the Florida Keys, oftentimes going through the Bermuda Triangle, the Caribbean, and the Gulf of Mexico for training purposes. He very solemnly spoke about it. It was as though he was trying to forget something he was still scared of, and expressed to no one. I wish he would tell me so I could be closer to him and be able to pass these stories down to the next generation of family, but for now I will wait. I am hoping these next 2 weeks will bring us closer than ever before. I am going to eat dinner in a moment with him, then we'll write some more later. Dinner was very good, and we shared a glass of wine together. Everything seemed like it was going fine until a simple ray of light from the lighthouse several blocks down along the waterfront came through our windows and shined upon him. All at once he went from talking about romantic city trips in Europe with Grandma to suddenly flinching and nearly trembling when the light touched him. He nearly fell out of his chair, which startled me. I got up at once and asked if he was okay and having an emergency, to which he denied and begged me to close the curtains immediately. Although I was confused, I did so as fast as I could. When I turned back to question him, he was gone. He had scurried to some other part of the home. After several moments of looking inside each room, I found him in the living room. All the drapes and curtains were shut as he sat upwards in his reclining chair, hidden in the darkness. I asked if he was okay, to which he responded, "Fine. Just fine." Very quickly and dismissively. Obviously something is wrong. I brought the rest of his dinner and wine to him and then returned upstairs to my room to write this entry. He's doing it again, waking up in the middle of the night. It's about 3:13 a.m. right now. I hear him walking back and forth, up and down the stairs, muttering to himself. I'm going to carefully check on him and come back. The experience was more than what I was ready for. I called out to him several times. but nothing had the desired effect. He still ran about the house aimlessly. I remember hearing or reading that you are not supposed to wake people while they're sleepwalking, as it can be dangerous to the sleepwalker and the waker. Well, let's just say it was just that dangerous. I lost track of my surroundings in the kitchen and accidentally got between the island and my grandfather. When he suddenly changed direction and rushed my way and crashed into me, he roared and yelled and even began to cry. I was so confused. We fell to the ground, but as we did, I fell in a way where he would fall on top of me, so I could soften the impact for him. As I helped him up, he flung his arms around, wildly yelling, "No, no!" on repeat after he knocked over the spice rack, along with plates and cups which crashed to the floor. He stopped at once and stood there in silence. As I froze, I then tiptoed to the next room and watched him, unsure what I should do and how I could help him. Another tense and quiet moment passed, and I watched him adjust and relax his posture. "Michael?" he spoke, almost trembling in the dark of the kitchen. I didn't respond at first, as my heart nearly broke at the pain and confusion in the old veteran's voice. It sounded as though he was lost, a lost child rather than a former warrior of the sea. "Michael? Are you there, Michael?" he said louder this time. "Yes, Grandpa, I'm over here." He turned to me and went to me at once to embrace me. "I'm sorry, my grandson. I thought I was." "Was what?" I interrupted. "Being taken away." "Taken away from where? Taken away where?" "I'm not sure, my boy. I'm not sure." "Well, it's all right now." I then helped him back to his room. It's now 3:30 a.m. Today was a quiet day at first, but because of a bit of an anxious one at the news, we learned later. As the day progressed, we watched baseball on the television and then the news. There is a storm approaching in a few days. Many news and weather channels are predicting it will become a hurricane. Chances are it will hit us in full force. So my grandfather and I went to the supermarket and the gas station to avoid the impending chaos. The anxiety of the town is obvious. People are moving faster, more aggressively on the road. I'm hoping that the storm will miss us and go around us as most storms do. I'm going to make dinner now. I'll write later. Dinner went well, and I made sure that the curtains of the window, which faces the lighthouse, were closed prior to inviting my grandfather to the dinner table to avoid another episode of whatever it was the previous dinner. During our meal together, I took it upon myself to ask him about his military experience. I was hesitant to ask, but I couldn't help my own curiosity, which at first I thought might be selfish. But then I realized maybe I could discover the sole source of his trauma, or at least his odd behavior. He started off simple and chronologically, discussing his training and the time in boot camp, but eventually we got to the war, and surprisingly the combat part. There was a mixture of pain, anger, confusion, and hope in his voice and tone. As he discussed the war, he was well composed, organized, and detailed when explaining everything: the dates, the ships, the equipment, the scenery, the sensations, the fear. It was as though we were slowly being thrown back into the cockpit of a dive bomber plane, ready to free fall from the sky at a moment's notice through incoming and desperate fire. It was extraordinary to me. But then he began to discuss the aftermath of the war. I could not help notice his pace dramatically slowed down. He struggled to organize his thoughts now, and there was a worry in his voice. It was some frail voice that was nearly choked up and trembling when he was sleepwalking and when the lighthouse shined upon him. The very thing that caused this anxiety of his was the mentioning of the post-war events, much to my surprise, rather than the war itself. What specifically caught my attention was when he recalled that 5 planes, all of which were piloted by his friends. One day they had all gone suddenly missing during a navigation exercise. The 5th plane happened to be a rescue plane which searched for the previous 4. Additionally, a sea vessel was lost as well, which my grandpa described as a work of art. Almost a living work of art, by the way. He referred to it as she or her. Now my grandfather was the 2nd rescue plane at this time, and wingman to the other rescue aircraft. When I asked what happened to them, he took a long pause. He slowly rose and put his hands together behind his lower back and walked towards the windows of his home and gazed upon the open sea. I cannot say for certain, my grandpa answered. I'm sure you've heard stories about where I was. Oh, what? That's him. Never mind. I'm sure you have heard stories about where I was stationed. They have been told there for hundreds of years, he said. Mom and Dad said you were stationed in Florida, that's all. Yes, Florida indeed. But when we flew during carrier drills and exercise, I flew between Florida Keys, Bermuda, and Puerto Rico. That infamous and dreaded triangle cursed, no doubt, from centuries past. The Bermuda Triangle? I asked him. Yes, also known more appropriately as the Devil's Triangle. Both ships of the sea and planes of the air have perished there. I didn't find this strange in the least. Oh, whoops. I didn't find this strange in the least, so I asked. Well, don't planes and ships go missing all the time? Not like this, they don't, grandson. This is different. The number of disappearances there is unique to any other region on the earth. Those 27 highly trained military men I call my friends don't just vanish without a trace like that. I sailed on every ocean, flew in every sky, and I tell you, there is something wrong with that area. Something still left unknown and a hidden secret to mankind. I often wonder, maybe I was supposed to vanish with them. Nonsense, Grandpa. Your place is here, with me and your family. It was clear to me then so much of the paranoia came from the years of conditioned superstition and from traumatic survivor's guilt. Survivor's guilt that makes you feel this way, Grandpa. Yeah, well, maybe, grandson. You're safe here, Grandpa. Nothing can harm you here. We are neither at sea nor the sky. We are right here in our pleasant seaside town. You're right, boy. I apologize for getting worked up. This town will soon be made unpleasant with the approaching storm. Let's focus on that instead. We should get ready at once. He then grabbed his shoes and tossed mine over to me. We have no time to waste, he said as he put his veteran baseball cap on and got his car keys. We then began on our way to the local supermarket, and on the way we passed through the town where I saw an antique store that caught my attention. I'm thinking tomorrow of going bike riding and stopping there. It's morning now, but I woke late last night to the sound of my grandfather yelling. At first I thought someone broke into the house because what he verbalized made it seem as though he were fighting or arguing with another person. I got up to call the cops, but I forget where my phone was, so I grabbed one of the golf clubs from my bedroom corner and ran into his room where I surprisingly found him still asleep. The blanket was half on him and half tangled beneath him. He tossed and turned while yelling, "You can't take me away! You can't take me away!" Then he said things that sounded like coordinates and pilot dictation, codes and numbers, call signs, etc. I watched him for a moment, still unsure as what to do, until I decided I should turn on a light with the hope it would peacefully break his dream and calmly wake him. However, when I turned on the light, he cried out in hysteria and rolled back and forth until he threw himself off the bed, thudding hard onto the floor. I ran to his side immediately and saw that he was now awake, calm, and still. He looked confused but relieved. "It was a dream?" He looked at me, asking for confirmation. I could hear it in his tone. "Yes, Grandpa, just a dream." "No, my boy, not just a dream, a nightmare." "Do you want to talk about it? Are you hurt at all?" "No, and no, I am fine." I was unsure of what to say or do, but we looked at each other for a moment and appreciated each other's company for a few seconds. "Tomorrow before lunch, let's go to church," my grandfather said. I wanted to please him, and so I told him, "Yes, let's go," before I returned to my room. I wonder why he wanted to go all of a sudden and bring him there with him. It's still late, and writing this is putting me to sleep. I'll write more tomorrow about the church and antique store. I'm still hoping to visit. We went to the church as planned. My grandfather and I didn't say much to one another. With church, we were both very serious about faith and listened intently to the sermon, but one thing I took away was what my grandfather asked. "Do you really think God exists?" I don't understand why he was asking me this. It seemed heavy and out of nowhere, but I answered honestly and said, "Yes, I do." He nodded and then bizarrely asked if I believed in ghosts, to which I said I was not sure. "What about the government? Do you trust the government?" "I'm not sure. I suppose for the most part, yes. Sometimes no." Right afterwards, he asked if I believe in extraterrestrial beings, to which I said I don't know. He then began to go on about how if God is real, then ghosts must be real, but he questioned how God would banish them to an existence in between life and death. To this statement, I didn't know how to respond. Now with aliens, he explained how every star in the sky is a sun, and each sun has planets, and each planet has moons, and how basically with all of the infinite number of worlds out there, it was unlikely that our world was the only one that could sustain life. I still remained unsure as to why he was telling me this. Maybe he was trying to make a conversation, so I joked that perhaps there were alien ghosts on other planets, but this did not amuse him. In the next instant that followed, the priest blessed us. Go out into the world and go with God, and Mass ended. After Mass ended, my grandfather insisted we stay longer and pray, but I had to run out of things to pray for, so he advised me to pray for peace and calm. When everyone left, we still remained. At first, it was easy to respect my grandfather's wishes, but when things became awkward, I watched him with my eyes closed in silence. "Michael, won't you pray with me? Repeat the words I say." I waited, unsure of what he would say, but eager to appease him and anxious to leave before the attic store closed. It closed early on Sundays. I then told him yes, and so I said the following with the grandfather. "Thou, O Lord, who stillest and ringing of the sea, hear us, and save us that we perish not. O blessed Savior, who didst save thy disciples, ready to perish in a storm, hear us and save us. We beseech thee, Lord, have mercy on us. Christ, have mercy upon us. He slowly arose when he blessed himself and beckoned me to follow him. Once we were outside, I took my bike I had tied to a telephone pole on the main street. My grandfather had driven there separately. Will I meet you at home? He asked. I'm going to stop at the antique store. Okay, I'm gonna read yesterday's paper. Once you get home, we'll go to the grocery store again together. He looked intensely at the sky, which still remained a blue Sunday. He then spoke. That storm will be coming. We better prepare for the onslaught of people attacking the store. I remember telling him sure, and then proceeded to pedal to the antique store. When I arrived at the store, I was immediately drawn to the binoculars in the window. When the owner greeted me, I asked her right away the price of them. $100 exactly, she said. My parents had given me $200 for the 10 days I was here, even though I had a job and was using vacation days. They're from my grandfather, I said. He's a World War II combat veteran. Fought in the Pacific. I think these are Navy issued. I'm sure he would love them. Are they World War II era? Yes, those were World War II era. It was your grandfather. Old Man McCullen. Ah, I know him. He's always wearing his veteran's cap. He's a legend in this town. A fine gentleman, the woman said. All right, $75 for you, she said. That's very nice of you. It's a deal, thank you, I told her. I was very excited. A surprise gift for my grandfather. I had every intention of giving them to him after we ate. When I got back home, we quickly made our way to the local supermarket, where each register was open and easily had a dozen people per line. The chit-chat was loud and audible, and the panic and haste was evident. Many couples and families went together and were shouting to each other blindly, communicating from aisle to aisle. Other people throughout the aisles were simply grabbing everything they could. Many were hoarding the paper products, others baby formula, while most went for milk, eggs, and bread. My grandfather leaned towards me and said, Don't follow those idiots grabbing the most perishable goods in the store. Go grab some pasta and rice and beans in a can. If we lose electricity or whatever the case may be, we will have things to last without refrigeration. I, of course, followed my grandfather's guidance and did as he asked. When we were finished, my grandpa seemed agitated again. Let's go. We have enough, he rushed. I don't trust these people. Desperate people are the hardest to trust, and people in a panic are hardest to reason with. I simply nodded and we made our way out. The hours blended and seemed to pass quickly, and before I knew it, I was closing the shades and double locking all the doors of my grandpa's home. We had pasta with tomato sauce, and he hard-boiled enough eggs to last a week in anticipation of the hurricane. He then went over to his record player and began playing a big band and jazz music from the 40s. He was quieter than usual, but his hands seemed as though they were trembling as he unwrapped a small candy. I broke the silence with an impulsive question, no doubt ruining the music as well. Have you gone to the doctor lately? What? Why is that? He responded. Well, you're shaking a lot. Is it early Parkinson's, blood pressure, or diabetes related? He looked at me with surprise. Listen, kiddo, I survived World War II. If the Japs didn't get me, an extra caddy won't either. Are you worried anyone will get you? I asked again like an idiot, half realizing what I said. What did you say? He said defensively. It's just that you saw how panicked the people looked, I quickly said. It's not them I'm concerned about, he responded. Once again, I wasn't sure who he was referring to, and he hadn't been to the doctor recently. Who was to say it wasn't dementia or paranoia? I refrained again from pressuring him further and decided inside to calm the mood. Grandfather, you have survived my line of questioning, I joked. I think you deserve a bit of reward for that, I added. He laughed. And what is that? I got up from my seat and went over to my room, quickly grabbed the box of binoculars and placed it over where my grandfather was seated, facing me in the front door, the light of the setting sun outlining the closed black curtains, making them glow gold. What is this? This is a nice surprise, he commented as he opened the box. My lord. He paused, seemingly stunned and unsure how to respond. I haven't used these since he struggled to find the words. I couldn't tell if he liked it or not, as he was stuck on repeat. Since your time in the service, I added. Yes, it's a nice gift, he said as he fidgeted to return the binoculars. I didn't say anything, but I was most likely visibly disappointed. He tried to speak. My boy, He couldn't finish, but kept trying. It's just that the sun is setting. I suppose I could use them really quick. Maybe spot a ship like I used to. I became satisfied in this moment, and thought maybe this is how his weird habit of frankly closing the blinds would end. It didn't make sense if I have a home on the shore with a beautiful view of the bay, the lighthouse, sunrise, and sunset, and not utilize it. Where does this phobia of the lighthouse come from? My grandfather rose from his chair, slowly turned from me, approached the curtains. He muttered something to himself and seemed to take a few deep breaths. Next, he raised the binoculars to his eyes and then gazed at the horizon. For a moment, all was still and silent. I watched him, not daring to move, worried he was on the fringes of having an episode, but at the same time, my love for gift-giving hoped that he would be able to relax his mind and enjoy his present. For a moment, I was right. He laughed for a bit, now and then, as though he were a toddler with a toy. But then, for a reason unknown, that laughter became near sobs and whimpering. He banged the binoculars against the glass while his eyes were still fixed to them. He did this multiple times and spoke incoherently. Stop, Grandpa! Grandpa, stop! I yelled at him, but it only got worse. I ran over to him and nearly ripped the binoculars from his face. No! He yelled, pushing me away, forcing me to the door. What is wrong? I shouted. He didn't yet yelled out, Look! As he accidentally hit me in the face with the binoculars, almost immediately giving me a small flat lip. Although I was aggravated, I took the binoculars and looked towards the clouds on the horizon. They were dark as nightmares and seemed as thick as landmass, like a floating piece of land in the sky. I lost my temper for a moment as I shouted to him, It's just storm clouds. I repeated to him what he had told me in the supermarket. Desperate people are the hardest to trust, and people in a panic are the hardest to reason with. He calmed himself down and then threw the curtain closed. He apologized for his outbursts and for my lip. He gave me a hug and then said right before he ascended to the stairs to his room, It's outside the clouds now. It won't be long. I stood there with my heart still vibrating in my pounding chest from the outburst. It was only a storm, yet it was such a psychological strain on everyone in the town, evidently including my grandfather now. I spent the rest of the afternoon time napping, but soon awoke to the early twilight to the sound of Sinatra's version of Stormy Weather echoing through the halls up from downstairs. Don't know why there's no sun up in the sky. Storm weathering since my gal and I ain't together. Keeps raining all the time. The lyrics were dancing along the hallways, room to room. Come on down, my grandfather called when he saw me at the top of the stairs with a big smile on his face. As I descended, I noticed an assortment of grapes, crackers, and cheeses, and a couple of glasses of red wine. This was no doubt his way of apologizing to me for his outbursts, and at the same time creating an atmosphere so contrary to before that it would be inappropriate to mention and ruin the mood he now tried to sustain. When I sat down, he pushed my wine closer to me. As the song continued, all I can do is pray the Lord above will let me walk in the sun once more. Ha! I flew in the sun once, never mind walking it, and I feel as though I'll fly in it once again, my grandfather said as he swayed back and forth with his glass of wine to his face. I helped myself to a few sips of the red blend and observed my grandfather sit down. He took a heavy gulp and then raised something from a small wooden box on the side of the table. I then noticed that it was a large pistol, specifically his World War II M1 911 .45 caliber pistol. Next to the box, I noticed dirty and moist rags next to paper towels. He just finished cleaning it. He then inserted an ammunition magazine into the base of the pistol and tapped it into place, then pulled it back to the slide before releasing it, sending the slide back into position, effectively leading a round into the chamber. It's loaded, he said, half matter of fact and half warningly. Why did you take it out? I asked. Don't be a naive boy. Robberies and burglaries, riots, they always come during these storms. This is the time for self-defense, just in case. I didn't mind the firearm, but what I did mind instead was my grandfather's mental health and drinking around the firearm. You know how to shoot? He asked me. I've shot a time or two, I responded. Good. This one's for you, he said as he pulled out a small .38 snub-nose revolver. Don't I need a license for that? I asked. Don't leave the house with it and you're fine, he answered. I wasn't sure if that was legal or not, but I nodded rather than challenge him. After a short moment passed, the record ended. It was silent inside the house now, but outside the winds began to gain velocity. Twilight was nearly over, and so I allowed my curiosity to let me peek through the dark shades and observe the outside world. The waves were crashing larger and louder than usual. The beachfront landscape began to twist and morph. The flags in the front yards of homes blew violently, whipping hard in the air. All the buoy bells and wind chimes rattled and sounded off. Up in the sky, flocks of birds hurried away in formation. Slowly but surely, the winds began to howl. I closed the blinds and took a step back. Do not worry, my boy. It's just a storm. It will pass as all storms do, but be ready for anything. Now come get dinner. I'm not sure if I have the right words to explain but what came next, what my grandfather and I faced, but it is important that I do my best to recall the events with as much accuracy as I can, for all the sakes of the police, my family, and for myself. The rain came down upon our house like machine gun fire, loudly, ferociously, fast, and seemingly endless. The thunder cracked like bombs above us, and we could detect the flashes of lightning when they lit up the dark. glow for a moment, visible even through the dark, even through the drawn dark shades. Now and then, that unrelenting, fuck. Now and then, that unrelenting lighthouse would flash its lamplight our way. Distant foghorns of ships sounded off and close by the noise of garbage cans flying across the pavement, and yards filled our ears. The thunderclouds set off car alarms, neighborhood dogs barked, and the winds wailed and tracked everything in their path. My grandfather and I had suddenly lost power, but we were not phased, as we knew it was inevitable. We struck candles and placed them throughout the home. It was then we heard a loud bang against the side door, which led directly to the garbage cans. Behind the garbage can was another gate, which, when opened, gave you direct access to the beach. At first, I thought nothing of it, of course, but then the banging was non-stop, as if someone was there. I peeked outside a window closer to the door, but I could not see anything. Again, I heard the noise, this time much heavier, heavy enough to catch my grandfather's attention and his suspicion. I went to open the door, but my grandpa ran over and threw himself in front of it. "There's no one there, it's just the wind," he said in excitement. Suddenly another loud bang struck the front door, and then both doors at once. We looked at each other without saying a word. I could feel feverish fear radiating from his face, and knew that only paranoia and panic could follow. Without another hesitation, he withdrew his 1911 from his waistband and held it firmly in his right hand. He stared at me blankly for a moment before he leaned into a whisper in my ear. "They're here." He then hopped over to the table and grabbed a snug-nosed .38 and carefully handed it to me. His fingers grasped the pistol. My heart began to race, and my breathing became heavy and difficult. "What is happening?" I asked. There's no time to explain. "We should call the police," I asked. He dismissed us, saying, "It's too late. They're here now. They're finally here." He ran across the room and threw himself against the wall beside the front door. A third banging now began on where the garage door was located. I looked over to my grandfather, who calmly spoke. "Aim towards the door, Sonny." I could not comprehend what or why quick enough, but before I could blink, my grandfather threw the door open and then turned to face what was on the doorstep. But nothing was there. "Cowards!" he shouted, his face muffled by wind which ripped the screen door from its hinges and hurled it into the street. My grandfather leaned into the regular door and managed to close it. "It's the storm!" I shouted. "No, that's what they want you to think," he boomed inside the home, as though still competing with the volume of the wind. He approached the side door this time, grabbing a flashlight. He slowly opened the door this time, as if it were a surprise for whoever was at the door. In another swift moment, my grandfather had a light and pistol faced towards the threshold. But this too was empty. Now I couldn't see what my grandfather saw then, but he shined his light around in the darkness of the hurricane, shining it down upon the sand every few moments. The area was visible by the failing lighthouse. He turned to me, his face already red with windburn. The footprints, he said. "You fuckers!" he shouted as he then ran outside, leaping into darkness. I was frozen, unsure as to what was occurring. The storm and rain continued, but the banging on our property ceased the moment my grandfather exited. I stood there scared and perplexed and wondered, were there actually people that caused the banging? They moved like spirits that somehow knew that my grandfather had left the premises. What did they want? Was it simply the wind? Had my grandpa finally snapped and lost his mind? All these questions wrestled inside my puzzled mind as I tightly gripped the snug nose in my hand still. I then heard what I thought sounded like a gunshot. I went to call the police, but in excitement, I had forgotten where I placed my phone. That was when I heard a second gunshot. I took a deep breath and then ran outside, clumsily collapsing into the fence and taking cover there. From there, I would run, then dive onto the sand while the lighthouse light passed, so as not to be found by whatever my grandfather chased after. I looked behind me for footsteps to see where my grandfather and his enemies were. The hurricane winds erased even my own. There was not even a single trace of my grandfather or anything. I ran on, blind in the dark, timing the lighthouse light in my dives every 7 seconds. The winds of the hurricane blowing the sharp sand against me, passing my ears with the volume of passing trains. Just an endless blast of wind noise. I squinted, but it was good as having my eyes shut, and so I shut my eyes and ran like a maniac in the abyss. I couldn't hear my panting, but I knew my heart was pounding. I held the gun firmly and covered to run out. Each time I went to call out my grandfather's name, I received sand in my mouth. With not a clue if I ran straight or in a mindless circle, I determined that the best course of action was to return back to the shelter of the house. The second I decided on this, I turned around. Boom! Something heavy, maybe driftwood, struck my head and sent me crashing down flat on my back. I rolled over in pain, hot, moist blood still dripping from my head and staining my hair. I couldn't see it, but I felt dripping all over. Soon I was dizzy and fell to the ground and began to crawl. Then suddenly the beach all around me was lit up. The lighthouse lamp might have become jammed or broken, for it was now stuck in the direction I looked. Next, I noticed my grandfather some 30 feet from me, staring at the sky, unfazed by the elements, fixated on whatever was above him and slowly raising his pistol towards the sky. Through my squinting eyes, I saw above us what appeared to be a large helicopter suspended and hovering in the sky with its lights as well fixed on my grandfather, as if he were an actor on a stage under a large spotlight. I then noticed that the light upon us and the surrounding maybe 50 to 100 feet around us was not from the lighthouse, but from this aircraft over the ocean. I put my hands around my eyes. Then, as my hands for binoculars shooting my eyes, I looked around me, trying to call out to my grandfather. "Grandpa, what's going on?" I could now see the blood from my head dripping off my wet, sandy hands. "I'm hurt. Let's go home. Let's get out of here." I strained my vocals. I could not compete with the overpowering volume of the wind, and my grandpa still remained still like a statue. So I ran towards him, getting hit with my debris from the wind, until I crashed into him, which snapped him out of his stupor. "Ah!" He yelled, just barely audible over the storm. He readjusted his arm and aimed and began to frantically fire bullets at the helicopter above us. He threw himself to the ground beneath him so as to not get hit. I could feel the hot shells that ejected from the pistol shrink down on me. I raced for my own waistband and realized my pistol was gone, buried, no doubt, in the sand somewhere. My grandfather continued to reload and fire uninterrupted without hesitation. There was a terror and horror in his face. I peered up at the aircraft, and the second light seemed to come from where the ocean reaches the beach. I could not tell if my eyes played tricks on me, but it looked as if a large vessel was becoming beached and passed on by as if it were a ghost ship. Was this the case of his terror? Was this the thing part of the aircraft above, or was it a Navy or the Coast Guard? I could not tell. I was overwhelmed by exhaustion, pain, confusion, and the storm, and my father's terror. My grandfather pulled out his last magazine and turned to me. He then grabbed me by my shirt and pulled me close enough where our faces almost touched. He then yelled in my ears with all of his might, "Michael, run! Michael, run!" I went to move, but I was frozen as my feet were buried in sand. My grandfather then turned to me and pointed the pistol at me. "Holy shit, stop, you're crazy!" I said automatically. The fear unlocked my feet and I began to run aimlessly in the opposite direction. I don't know what compelled me to do it. Maybe it was instinct, but I ran to the nearest dune I could find, and from there I watched my grandfather shoot his final bullets, standing there with defiance against this unknown enemy. Why didn't they, or this thing shoot back or run away? It was madness. Everything was bewilderment and madness. My vision was beginning to blur, and by now I was consciously fighting off oncoming unconsciousness. Through the onslaught of the sands and the crumbling pain from the wood's impact with my head. Just then, after shielding my eyes as though my body hands were binocular, I watched my grandfather and something in the nearing distance, like a massive wall, was coming closer and closer. I noticed it then to be a massive wave, like a tidal wave. I stood up in shock and screamed for my grandpa as loud as I could. Without a further warning or time to react, suddenly he was gone. Gone, just completely gone. And then the wave hit the beach, and the lights from above vanished, all at once without reason or explanation. I stood up on the high dune, watching the black water cover the less dark, by contrast, sand. The lighthouse now resumed as normal, as if it were never interrupted. I went to go shout for my grandfather again, but something thunderous above me boomed. The storm increased and completely depleted. I surrendered to my exhaustion and collapsed. My world was now completely engulfed in silence and darkness. When I woke up yesterday, I was in the hospital. I woke up with stitches and bruising and was soon released. Upon returning to my grandfather, I wrote everything I could remember the second I got home. Backtracking, though, when I did wake up, my aunt and uncle shared a room with me, and upon seeing me open my eyes, they alerted the nurses and a police officer who came in from just outside the door. They greeted me and asked if I was okay. Before I could answer, they said I had suffered a minor concussion and a few stitches on the head and had only been asleep for several hours. They also let me know that the police patrol on the shore found me with their searchlights. When I asked about my grandfather, they said they regretted to be the ones to tell me, but that he was missing and with no clues as to how or where. They were hoping I could assist them. It all came back to me in a flash. All the confusion, excitement, and fear rushed back to me. I could not hide my excitement, and they saw it. The police officer stepped forward and suggested I come by the station when I felt better to give any witness statement or testimony as to what occurred and what I knew. I have made copies of everything I have written with the hopes that someone will understand or can explain everything. It's been a few months now, and my grandfather is still missing and presumed dead due to drowning. I want to believe that, I really do, but the memories are still fresh and are still perplexing to me. I cannot help but reflect on the conversation I had with him in church about ghost extraterrestrials. Did the ghost ship come for him? Something from another world? I cannot help wondering if he was just insane from war or whatever mysterious circumstances followed him, or just coincidences. Did the advanced intelligence take him? It drove me nearly crazy and has kept me up for what seems like endless nights now, to the point I needed to have sleeping pills prescribed to me. So many questions, I know. Was this all just madness? Was it an instance or an experience that happened in a single moment and drove him mad? Was it triggered by the storm? Was there something he witnessed in the sky? or in the ocean. That day, his friends disappeared. Did he see it again the night of the hurricane? Did he know too much? Was he better off dead some than to linger alive? Or is it simply that his mental alignments had too much of an influence on me while I nearly isolated with him for just under 2 weeks? It was a contagious paranoia. I had to answers. I have to have answers. And I want to believe that he just had a mental episode triggering by the Coast Guard or the storm, and that a wave did in fact claim his life, a fitting death for a naval man, fighting until the last breath, and being consumed and buried, really as if returned to the ocean where all the madness, power, and haunting memories belonged. Please God, I pray, please let him be dead and reunited with Grandma or his beloved ocean, and unharmed by forces I can never explain. And that's it. That's The Strange Glow. Yeah, that was really good. Alright, so I think I'm going to read 2 more stories because they're short. One's 2 minutes, the other's 6 minutes. And then I'm going to save the other 4 for stream tomorrow. That's what I'm going to do. Alright? Of course, I'm going to grab more than 4 tomorrow to go with it. Like, short ones. Because the next 4 are pretty long. Like, 2 are hours and 2 are 20 minutes. So, yeah. Yeah. Alright. This doesn't have a high rating, but it's still one of the most popular creepypastas, so I'm gonna read it anyways. We can judge it afterwards. Alright. Polybius. In Portland, Oregon in 1981, an unheard of new arcade game appeared in several suburbs, something of a rarity at that time. This game was called Polybius. The game proved to be incredibly popular to the point of addiction, and queues formed around the machines, quickly followed by clusters of visits from men in black. Rather than the usual marketing data collected by company visitors to arcade machines, they collected some unknown data, allegedly testing responses to the psychoactive machines. The players themselves suffered from a series of unpleasant side effects: amnesia, insomnia, nightmares, night terrors, and suicide, appearing as having been caused by the game in various versions of the legend. Some players stopped playing the video games, while it is reported that one became an anti-gaming activist. Even though that's the end of that Polybius story, there's an alternate story, so I'm going to read that too. Polybius, alternate story. Polybius is an urban legend about a rare arcade game released in 1981. The game was created by a mysterious company called Sinus Lotion. It was a puzzle shoot-'em-up somewhat like Tempest. It was only released in a few suburbs of Portland, Oregon. It was supposedly very popular, with people forming long lines to play it. However, players reported strange things about the game, such as hearing a woman crying and seeing grotesque faces out of the corner of their eyes. Players would also have nightmares, experience nausea, headaches, blackouts, or even develop amnesia. Some even committed suicide. Others stopped playing video games altogether, and at least one became an anti-video game activist. According to one owner of an arcade, men wearing black suits would often come to collect records from the game. They did not take any money, simply data on gameplay. Because of this, the theory is that that's some sort of government experiment using subliminal messages. The game remains in obscurity, as around 1 month after its release, all the cabinets suddenly disappeared. One cabinet reappeared in Arcade 1998, but quickly disappeared again. While some have tried to recreate the game, no one has ever found the original ROM. And that's it. So here's the thing. Within this creepypasta, I'm gonna favorite it. I'm not gonna click the site. But there's a site that I can go to where it says right here, the game can be found available for download at the Shinolosen site website. Which means I can play the creepypasta game. And that could be an interesting stream in of itself. So I'm going to favorite this site right now. This one right here. So yes, everyone ready to develop amnesia? Because I'm not worried about the nightmares or night terrors. I already have that shit like 3 times a week. Actually 3 to 4 times a week. So that's not going to bother me. Now, this next creepypasta is actually based on true events on an actual doll you can visit in a museum. And it's supposedly, if you say anything bad about the doll and take pictures without his permission, bad things tend to happen to the person. So all I'm gonna say is this: I don't know how far its reach is, if it's true. This doll is a very lovely person. Very lovely. And very beautiful. And handsome. Bookworm, no! Bookworm! But in case you're curious, Bookworm, since you're the only one in chat, I sent you a picture of them in Discord. Because it was on the site, so obviously the site has permission. Alright, anyways. Robert the Doll. In the late 1800s, Thomas Otto and his family moved into a mansion at the corner of Eaton and Simonton Streets in Key West, Florida, now known as the Artist's House. The Ottos were known to be stern with their servants, sometimes even mistreating them. It was the treatment of one such heightened servant that provides a twist in the story. This woman was hired to take care of their son, Robert. One day, Miss Otto supposedly witnessed her practicing black magic in their backyard and fired her. Before she left, the woman gave Robert a lifelike doll which stood 3 feet tall, had buttons for eyes, human hair, and was filled with straw. Dolls that resembled children were not unheard of during this time, but this one proved to be special. Robert named the doll after himself and often dressed it in his clothes. Robert the doll became his trustworthy companion. He took it with him on shopping trips into town. The doll had a seat at the dinner table where Robert would sneak in bites of food when the parents weren't looking. Robert would even be tucked into bed with the boy at night. Soon his innocent relationship took on a strange nature. Soon after, Robert chose to be referred to by his middle name, Gene. After being scolded by his mother, he told her that Robert was the doll's name, not his. Gene was often heard in his toys room, often having conversations with Robert. Gene would say something in a childish manner, and responses could be heard in a much lower voice. Sometimes Gene would become very agitated, worrying the servants and his mother. She would, on occasion, burst in to find his son cowering in a corner while Robert sat perched in a chair or on the bed glaring at him. This was only the beginning. Household objects would be found thrown across the room. Gene's toys turned up mutilated, and giggling could be heard. Whenever these unusual acts took place, Gene always said, "Robert did it." The boy took the punishment but always insisted that the blame was Robert's. As mischief grew, more and more servants took their leave as new ones were hired. The Otto's relatives felt it was time to do something. With the recommendation of a great aunt, Gene's parents removed Robert from his care and placed him in a box in the attic, this is where he resided for many years. After his death of his father, Gene was willed his boyhood home. He decided to live in a Victorian mansion with his new wife. Gene had become an artist and felt the house was spacious and would provide a place for him to paint. He went to the attic and dusted off his childhood toy. He became attached to the doll despite his wife's displeasure. Gene would take the doll along with them everywhere they went. He even sat in his favorite little chair when Gene, his wife, slept nearby. The turret room became Robert's domain after Miss Otto moved him back to the attic. Their marriage slowly became sour until Miss Otto supposedly went insane and died of unknown reasons. Gene followed soon behind. Robert supposedly attacked people, sometimes locking them in the attic. People who passed by claimed to hear evil laughter coming from the turret room. For some time, Robert remained in an empty house by himself until a new family purchased the mansion and restored it. The doll was once again moved to the attic. This displeased it as much as the last time. The doll was often found throughout the house. On one certain night, Robert was found at the foot of the owner's bed, giggling with a kitchen knife in hand. This was enough to send them fleeing from the home. Robert was later moved to the East Martello Museum in Key West, where he sits perched in a glass box. Despite his new living quarters, the doll is believed to not have given up his menacing ways. Visitors and employees claim they have seen the doll move. His smile has been known to turn into a scowl. One employee claimed Robert turned off all the lights and left for the night. The next day, he returned to find lights turned on. Robert sitting in a different position than the night before, and a fresh layer of dust on his shoes. Some say he'll even curse you if you want to take a picture of him. You must ask politely. He'll tilt his head in permission. However, if he doesn't, and you take the picture anyway, a curse will befall upon you and anyone who accompanied you to the museum. The same will happen if you make fun of him. To this day, Robert remains at the East Martello Museum in a sailor suit, clutching his stuffed lion, continuing his menacing ways. But yeah, this is an actual real doll, which is actually interesting. And as for the owners, they did die mysteriously. I think that's how it happened. I don't think it was actually confirmed how they died, because it was really way long ago. But, yeah. Some events in this story actually happened. Which is really interesting. Actual creepypasta based off real life events. I kind of want to meet the doll. The only thing it doesn't say in the story, or people talking about it, is like streaming or doing like a video against what he wants, because it only says pictures. And apparently I saw that the museum sells a replica in the gift shop. So we can all have a cursed doll. Oh my god. That's amazing. Yeah, this is probably the most interesting creepypasta I've read so far. Because it's based off a real life event. Oh, hi, Jiri. You kind of came at the worst time. We're ending the stream.
That's fair enough.
Yeah, but we were the creepypasta I just read is actually based off of a real life thing about Robert the doll.
Oh, I already know about Robert the doll.
Yeah. So yeah, and Bookworm said, um in shoot, what's in the museum you can buy a replica.
Oh,
Yeah,
that sounds cursed.
yeah. I told Bookworm that you'll be cursed if you make fun of the doll, and Bookworm immediately antagonized it.
To be fair, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be antagonize it to its face, not from
Yeah.
like thousands of years away.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's still, I kind of do want to visit it. Like, there's like some places I want to visit. There's only one place that people say is cursed that I don't want to visit, and that's Ed Gein's home. I do not want to see that.
Fair enough.
I don't know. I mean, I'm fine seeing grotesque things. It's just that I, I kind of feel like some of that stuff should have been buried instead of put on display.
You're right. It should have.
Yeah. Wait, Bookworm, did you not know about Ed Gein's house being a museum? It's an actual thing. It's fucked up. I just look at the guy and yeah. Yeah, it's fucked up. It's fucked up. Yeah. Yeah, there was like this, I forgot what diner it is, but there's this chair that if anyone sits in it, they'll die very quickly. Or something like that. Like the chair's cursed because a serial killer died in the chair. I want to I want to visit like weird items like that or something like that. Why do people have weird interest in serial killers? I don't know. I forgot what the chair's called. But there's also that diamond that anyone who holds onto it apparently dies. I want to
You
visit.
know why they supposedly die. The truth behind it, it's not a curse.
Right.
It's
I,
literally just the biggest blue diamond ever, the Hope Diamond.
yeah, I know it's not cursed or whatever. It's just that the belief it being a curse it just makes me want to go visit it. Like stuff like
But
that.
literally, it's
Yeah.
just so you know, it's not a curse. It's literally just it's worth so much people have murdered for it.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, I think the biggest the things I actually do at some point in my life want to do a road trip to see is Robert the Doll, uh, the Hope Diamond. I forgot the chair, what its name is and what diner it is. I'll probably look it up later or some other time. Visit that chair. Obviously, not sit in it. Not stupid, because it is cursed. And see the Anti-Kythera mechanism. Because we've yet to open it to see what it fully does. It's still unknown. It's like so many other things, like astronomical chart, computer, calculator, navigation device. It does so much shit. And we've yet to open it. I want to visit it.
Of course you do.
I know it seems like a weird thing to want to do is visit those 4 things, but I
Yeah.
just find those things interesting.
Of course you would. You're that kind of woman, Bright.
Don't worry, I'll take you with me, Jerry. And maybe I'll take Bookworm.
I don't think I have the money for that.
Yet.
What?
Did you forget we have our Bentley-aire here? Sorry, Bookworm. Bright gonna rob a bank in GTA. Oh, my ass off. I'm joking, but anyway, jokes aside, that's in the stream. Let's see if there's anyone updated. Probably not. I don't think anyone's. Yeah, no one's really up at this hour. Oh wait, never mind. Yes, there is. But yeah, I'll be doing the same thing tomorrow, Jerry. I'll grab some like short horror stories along with reading Ted the Caver, Turn It Off, Bedtime, and Psychosis. I heard that I haven't read it, but I heard Ted the Caver is like really fucking horrifying.
I wouldn't know. I don't know anything about that story, so.
And I started scrolling down and it has a lot of pictures. So I'm thinking, even though I wouldn't, I will flash this, like the Creepypasta Wiki thing on stream. That way you can see the words and stuff like that, because there's a lot of pictures that go along with the story. So it's definitely well put together. So yeah. Alright, let's see. I get to choose our rating words this time. Oh, have you heard the great scary story Sonic.exe?
What?
That's the rating words.
Ooh, who's Nami the Neko?
I think a friend of Sir's and another person that another VTuber I'm friends with.
Uh,
Yeah.
mm.
Everyone ready? Oh yeah, she also did choose emotes. I forgot about that.
Bookworm didn't forget.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, anyway. Well, we don't have much time if you're not ready. 3, 2, 1.